Good morning, good morning. When we were doing the research for the cannabis section, I came upon that rather droll video in which Pierre Berton taught everybody how to roll a joint. I was reminded that in 1966, Pierre, who was then at the height of his fame and his influence, had published a book called The Comfortable Pew. And it was a review of the state of religion, organized religion, mainstream religion in Canada at the time, and it hit like a thunderbolt because it was really the first time, or among the first times, that people had begun to acknowledge that the kind of portrait of Canada that had existed up to the Second World War, a sleepy colony, mostly of the UK, of England, had begun to change and begun to change radically, and with it, the faith habits of the population. And in preparing this session, which is sponsored by Vision, Vision is Canada's multi-faith, Zoomer-oriented television network. That's significant because whatever other religious broadcasting there is in our country at this time is tending more and more towards single faith broadcasters. And in that sense, is mimicking a little bit those silos that we have talked about that have developed on the internet and have created the kind of more divided society that we have and that we are currently deploring. So Vision is meant to be an expression of the meeting place where the races and the religions can meet and, with luck, find some kind of comedy and some kind of collaboration, which is, I think we all agree, the essence of Canada. So in planning this session, I thought it'd be interesting to look in again on the Comfortable Pew and see what had become of those developments given what had happened in the intervening years, notably immigration. Immigration had had a huge impact on the spiritual practices of Canadian citizens, and I wanted to get to the hard numbers of that, and it turns out that Ray Pennings had done just that. He had done that as a Canada 150 project. 2017, last year, I've asked him to come here and to report to us on the state of religion in Canada in 2018. Ray. Good to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Well, thank you for the invitation to be here. As Moses mentioned, I've been invited to talk about religion in Canada. And one of the questions we asked on our poll was, do you feel comfortable around religiously devout people? And 50% of Canadians said no, they did not. So I'm here with a bit of a warning right up front that if you're part of that 50%, I'm here to report that religion is perhaps a little more ubiquitous and wide-ranging in Canada than most people think. So for some of us, that may be a finding that makes us a bit squeamish. Before we get into the heart of the numbers, a couple of words about what we mean when we're talking about religion. First of all, nobody really checks the box religion. It's a category we use to talk about the deeply held beliefs that people have, their own answers to the why questions, if you will. Why am I here? What am I doing here? Where am I going? Why does this all matter? And yet, religious people disagree as much with each other as they do with those who would not describe themselves as religious. And so when we talk about the category of religion, it's important that people think of themselves as Christian, Muslim, Sikh, Jew, with their own particularities, and they have as much difference with each other. So religion as a category is something that's convenient to talk about, but we have to be careful in terms of its own meaning. Secondly, we need to respect the fact that for religious people, it's at the core of their identity. Religion matters to them. We need to treat it and them with respect. Again, it's widely different. I'm here, I'm a confessing Christian. That means I believe the Apostles' Creed. It means I believe that 2,000 years ago there was a historical person who was born of a virgin, who died, and who is now alive again. I understand that matching that belief with science and scientific evidence and asking exactly how all of those things happen make very little sense to those who don't share my faith. And so it is with almost all faiths. People believe stuff that to those on the outside of that faith community seem weird. And yet it's very real to them. Thirdly, I think it is also very important to note regarding religion that it has an effect on people that either bring them together or divide them apart. And so it's been throughout human history. Religion acts both as a glue, but also as a dividing point. To Canadianize it and put a red-green, it can either be the duct tape that binds awkward things together, or it can be the chainsaw that's used for nefarious purposes. But religion has that sort of effect. So, where are we as Canada in 2017 in terms of our religious makeup and our religious identity? The common narrative about religion has a picture of decline. The assumption has been that as people get more and more educated, religion will go down proportionately. And if you want to find data to reinforce that, it's not hard to do so. Church attendance, even in the last 15 years, has gone down, once a month, has gone down very significantly. And if we put a longer trajectory on that, you'll see that since the 60s, Canadians going to church has decreased rather significantly. And so the common narrative about religion is that it is on the decline. Now, that's nothing new. Already a few centuries ago, Voltaire was predicting the end of religion, and there has been a veritable list of leading Western philosophers and academics who have reinforced the notion and the belief that religion inevitably will decline with the advance of science and with knowledge. And yet, when you take a look at the data, that doesn't really seem to be the case. In the US, there are some significant, and other parts of the world, there are some significant data collection exercises that happen on a regular basis. In Canada, there was none. So the think tank that I co-founded partnered last year with the Angus Reid Institute. We went into the field 3 times with very extensive polls. All the data I'm going to show you is from that. These are representative Canadian samples of between 1,500 and 2,300. All of the detailed breakdowns are on the website. You can follow through and look at the data in great detail if you want. Obviously, in my time, I can only summarize. What we did is, rather than ask people about which religion do you believe or what do you believe, we wanted to understand the impact that faith had on our shared life together. So we came up with 7 factors. Do you believe in God? Do you believe in an afterlife? Do you pray? Do you read the Bible? Do you educate your children in a religious tradition? Do you participate in a community of worship? So we took these 7 factors, and basically, if you had 0 or 1 of them, you were categorized as a non-believer. If you had 6 or 7 of them, you were religiously committed. And then obviously in the middle was 3 or 4 being privately faithful. So this is regardless of what religion you are. We're asking about people and their own practices. What's interesting is the result produced almost a perfect bell curve, roughly 20% on either side, roughly 60% in the middle. And it so happened, and we were in the field 3 times, 3 separate samples, and all within the margin of error produced roughly this sort of picture in terms of where Canadians are at. Now, data always begs interpretation. If you want the narrative of decline, you can say, well, there's only 20% religiously committed people, so 80% aren't. That, indeed, is true. If, on the other hand, you are really wanting to emphasize the influence of religion, you say 80% of Canadians participate in at least 3 or 4 of these practices. They pray, they do something religious, they experience God. So therefore, we are very religious. The fact is, the data is nuanced, and there are various things to be taken from this data. It's interesting when you look at the data of decline. Yes, religious attendance in churches is going down. At the same time, when you ask people about their own experience, who go to church, about their own experience of congregational life, you'll notice that people are going to churches that are at least staying the same or growing for the most part. And the number of churches themselves that are declining is shrinking. So the nature of where people are worshiping is changing. The bottom line is, in all of this, is that what the narrative of decline, the sense that religion isn't going away, simply is not viably supported by the data. Now, that doesn't mean religion doesn't have a brand problem. When you ask people about the word religion, born again, evangelical, all religious jargon, you tend to get pretty negative responses. People are fairly negative about the words relating to religion. But as you look at this slide, notice the fact that different segments of the population respond very differently to those words. Averages are really, it's like the river, right? If most of it's 12 feet deep, a bit of it is 1 foot deep, the average is 6. But nowhere is it 6 feet. That's very much when it comes to religious. These averages, cumulatively, don't really tell the nuanced story because the 4 groups in Canada experience these terms very, very differently. What is interesting when we take a look at this mindset of religion, this bell curve, when we looked at the data, and we're in the field actually right now looking at some further data on how new Canadians compare to first generation, second generation, and third generation. We're hoping to come out with that in a couple of weeks' time. But based on the data last year, what was clear is that the middle was shrinking. We are, among younger people especially, those under 35, and among new Canadians, we are seeing more participation in religious and more, they're fitting more of the categories or they're fitting less. They're either embracing it wholeheartedly or they're rejecting it outright. So the middle is shrinking somewhat if you take a look, especially in terms of new Canadians and immigrants. But what does this mean in day-to-day life? Some of the results here might surprise you. We asked about funding for government funding for religious schools. 80% of Canadians support full or partial funding. Something that probably surprises most of us. Canadian views on the relevance of religious community. Are they becoming less relevant or are they become as relevant as ever? 50-50. When we ask Canadians, what's the most important things in life? What is interesting is those who are religiously committed by far value family life, honesty, concern for others. Many of the characteristics, and there's a whole pile more in the data, I'd encourage you, many of the characteristics that people look at and say, this is the good life, this is what flourishing looks like, you'll find that much more on one side of the spectrum than on the other, and also in terms of happiness outcomes. What about involvement with their communities? Here's where the rubber really hits the road. 83% of those who are on the religious side of the spectrum are very heavily involved in their community. Half of those on the non-religious spectrum are not. There is an otherness, a we-ness about being involved in religious communities that doesn't just extend to their own communities, it extends to their neighborhoods and the broader group. This is true in volunteering. It's also true in terms of donations. 2010, I wrote a study based on some StatsCan data, suggested 29% of Canadians supply 83% of all the charitable donations in Canada. 23 out of those 29% were actively involved in their community of worship. It's coming very much from one side of that spectrum. So Canadians are involved. They're interested in these things on the front line, and yet there's this narrative of decline. So why is that? Let me suggest very quickly 2 items: amnesia and antagonism. We asked a whole series, and I'm just showing one slide here, there's about 10 of these on the website. What about faith communities in hospitals, homes for the elderly? When you see their negatives, they're very minor. Most people say this is a good thing. Just down the street, we have Mount Sinai Hospital, started in 1913 by the Jewish community. They raised the original funds. They built the original infrastructure. But even today, hundreds of millions of dollars are being raised by the Sinai Foundation, a charitable foundation, not just to help the Jewish community, but to help all of us. It's part of our healthcare system. But even more remarkable than the positive aspect of this is the amnesia aspect. Between 1 out of 5 and 1 out of 3 Canadians, when you ask them these sorts of questions, say, I don't know. I'm not aware of any involvement of religious communities in the delivery of the day-to-day services that we take for granted here in Canada. So there's a problem of amnesia. But I'd suggest there's a little more than that going on here. McGill philosopher Charles Taylor, a few years ago, wrote a 875-page tome called Our Secular Age, won him a Templeton Prize. It's not really the sort of book that's given the quick summary here, so let me use my own metaphors to try to get at what I think Taylor was saying. He said, the word secular has changed in its meaning. Originally, secular was sort of a description of geography. The priest had a sacred vocation, the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker had secular vocations. As we moved into the modern era, secular came to mean neutral. It meant that we don't pick favorites among different religions. It's a neutral space. Taylor suggests that we're moving to a third definition of secularism today, and that is what he calls a closed secularism. It's a secularism that chooses non-religion over religion. So it's no longer neutral. It actually is taking neutrality as a religion, as a mind in itself, and minimizing and marginalizing perspectives like those of faith. We see lots of examples of that in our society. In many ways, it's almost a bumper sticker. We quickly say separation of church and state. And yet, we ignore the fact that so many of our services depend on the participation of not only religious individuals, but also religious communities. It's one of the projects we have at Cardis is we replicated a University of Pennsylvania study, and we looked at, you can look it up on your phones at haloproject.ca. You can type in your own city, and it will look at the number of religious institutions in your city and what the replacement costs for the goods and services they provide. Montreal, there's just over 800 religious institutions. It would if they would all close tomorrow, it would cost over $2 billion to the taxpayer to replace the services that they are providing. This nature of marginalization of religion, this closed secularism, is finding its ways. I don't have time. Last week there was a very significant decision rendered by our Supreme Court of Canada. Chief Justice McLaughlin, although she sided with the majority on that decision, it involved whether or not equality rights or religious rights should have priority in the case of Trinity Western University and its law school. Even though she sided with the majority, Justice McLaughlin wrote, "With respect, I cannot agree that the decision on the freedom of religion of members of the Trinity Western University community is of minor significance. We are dealing with some major questions right now that's reframing how we understand religion in public life." And so, one of the things we did is we asked Canadians to say, what do you think of various religious groups? Are they a net benefit or are they net damaging to Canadian society? What's interesting, if you take a look at the 8 groups that we asked, when it comes to Catholics, Protestants of various types, Jewish religions, there's a net positive. When it comes to Hinduism and atheism, within the margin of error, they're 50-50. There are 2 groups in Canada which have very negative ratings, the Sikh community and the Muslim community. Now, obviously, we all understand the challenges that those communities have faced and some of the history and their associations with security issues. But I ask the question, is the fact of these findings also something about a growing these are two groups that wear their religion very publicly. You can immediately identify members of those community. What does it say about our tolerance in Canada when we have these sorts of findings? What's very interesting is if you parse the numbers, those who are religious themselves are far more tolerant. They follow some of these same, but they are far more tolerant. Those who are on the non-religious side are 4 times as likely to be negative towards every other group except atheists. So, my time is up. Canada is a picture in which religious communities are everywhere. They're ubiquitous in our own life. They're part of our architecture. They've been part of our history. Canada has been a country in which the founding of it was a deal between French Catholics and English Protestants who thought each other were going to hell, but decided to live together, support minority education for each other, and be a model of tolerance. I would suggest that we're losing our history and our data as we implement a closed secular framework, which is a very real problem on our way forward. We're a country founded on principles that recognize the supremacy of God and the rule of law in our Constitution. There's a challenge for us to take that seriously and continue to make Canada glorious and free. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ray. That was excellent. Yeah, we have to involve you more at Vision than some of the programming we do at Vision.
Let's do that.
Yeah, we'll follow up right after.
Hey there.
Gene, you're good?
I'm ready.
All right.
And I'm very good. Thank you for asking. Okay, this is it. Eyes open. Thanks. Come with me.
Thank you. Thanks, boss.
Okay. This session is called God and Nature, and I think it's a reasonable association. In a way, it explains itself, but you may be wondering why I've got Jane Metcalf on the program, because she's here to talk about the neurobiological revolution, among other things. And the reason is that I subscribe to her newsletter. It's an exceptional piece of work, comes out regularly, and is full of extraordinary tips about what's on the horizon. She's a scout, in a way, of all these marvelous new technologies, generally the positive aspects of them, and I have found, I hope I'm not imputing too much, Jane, that you do it with reverence. You do it with great enthusiasm, but you do it with reverence. So on that basis, I wanted to reconnect with Jane because we met first about 1 million years ago. I was in rock and roll at the time, well, the television part of rock and roll. And she and her partner, Louis Rosetto, had just started a magazine called Wired. And their insight at the time, I didn't fully understand it, but brilliant it certainly was that technology would be the next rock and roll. And they, of course, helped to define that entire culture by building a magazine that acted as a mirror for that community, led that community, and did that not only with the words in the magazine, but the whole layout, the graphics, as well as the agenda. Time has passed by. I haven't been in touch personally with Jane, and I thought this was the perfect occasion to do that, so please welcome Jane Metcalf.
Thank you, Moses. Thank you so much for that lovely introduction and for the invitation to IdeaCity. I am delighted to be here. You know, I haven't been in Toronto since the first time I came, well, that's not true, I've been back, but the first time I came to Toronto was about 23 years ago, and it was to announce the launch of Wired and the advent of the digital revolution, which I considered the story of our times back then. And in fact, Ad Age magazine called it the magazine of the decade, so I think others thought so too. You know, we eventually sold the magazine. I got out of the media business entirely. I got out of the revolution business too, for that matter, until now. Now I see a new revolution on the horizon, and it made me want to start another media company to tell the story about the people and the companies and the powerful ideas and the incredibly powerful technologies that are getting ready to happen to us. And so the company's called Neolife. You can find us at www.neo.life, because that's just way cooler than .com. So I want to tell you today about what I'm calling the Neobiological revolution. So we are sequencing our genomes. We're mapping our brains. We are harnessing things like DNA and bacteria and viruses and yeast in order to create new species, new opportunities, new energy sources, new drugs, new therapies. We are evolving ourselves. This is Homo sapiens seizing control of our own evolution. So I call this the Neobiological revolution. It's the accelerating movement harnessing the latest advances in technology and biology to alter the human race. It is the next stage of the digital revolution. So here's the framework, here's the background, the timeline. 1953, Watson and Crick and Wilkins and Franklin discover DNA. By the year 2000, we'd learned how to sequence our DNA, and we were reading our genomes. And last year, for the first time, scientists were able to edit human genomes. So how did this happen? So of course, we're all familiar with Moore's law, right? That's the solid white line that says that computing power will increase every 18 months, while the cost will decrease in a corresponding rate. And that led to an extraordinary amount of innovation and change and wealth creation and everything else. And we thought that was pretty impressive. But look at what's happening in genetic sequencing. You can see this point in 2007, where next-generation sequencing technologies were released, and it was also the beginning of cloud computing. So those were the two things that have really accelerated our understanding of genomics. But the Neobiological revolution is not just being fueled by a decline in sequencing costs. It's also coming about as a result of this extraordinary number of sensors that we have everywhere. You know, you have it in your phone, you have it in your Fitbit, you have it in your Apple Watch. We have wearable sensors, we have embeddable sensors, we have swallowable sensors, and all those sensors are collecting huge amounts of data about all of us, about our health, about our activity. So it's not just the sensors, it's the fact that we can do something with all of that data now. Neural networks and machine learning have advanced to a stage where we can start to actually find correlations and causations for what's happening. So machine learning is also driving that. Another thing driving that is imaging technology. Our imaging technology has gotten so advanced and so good that we can now see inside the body. We can see inside in a way that's allowed us to discover new biological circuits and new biological systems we didn't even know existed before. And of course, then we have the real accelerator here, which was the introduction of the smartphone. Last year, 1.5 billion smartphones were sold around the world. 64% of people in North America have a smartphone. So this has created the setup. It's a perfect setup for this extraordinary, spectacular new run of innovation. So we have increasingly powerful technology. We have rapidly declining costs. We have this incredible amount of data that we're collecting, and we have this widely distributed user base. So what are we going to do with this technology? Well, first thing we're going to do, of course, is hack our brains. There are neurotechnologies that exist today to help us with our sleep, for instance. They can help us with our focus and our concentration. They can even help us prime our brains and our muscles to perform better in music or in sports. And of course, everybody wants to use your brain, wants to use technology to read your thoughts, right? Mind reading. We have Facebook way out in front on this. Great! We also have Elon Musk, who in his spare time and with his spare change, where's my Model 3? That's what I want to know, is working on brain implants to augment human intelligence. But the company we're tracking at Neolife is called Open Water. This is a non-invasive technology. In fact, they've embedded sensors in electronics in a skeet cap format that allows them to see inside the brain at a resolution of 1 neuron. It's extraordinary. And of course, there can be enormous opportunities here for diagnostics, for treatments and therapies. But of course, this is an opportunity to read your thoughts and allow your thoughts to direct a computer or a machine. Oh, this is the next step. This is a brain on a chip. So we wrote a story about this company called Koerner. They are actually putting neurons and silicone together to create a chip that can reproduce limited amounts of brain function. In this case, the prototype they're working on now can sense chemicals in the air. But you can imagine how this could be used for drug development, how it could be used in agriculture, eventually for treating neurological diseases. But of course, what the founder talks about is this being the first step in a wetware artificial intelligence. So you gotta keep track of Koerner. So of course, this is the golden age of neuroscience. If you want to know what your kids should be studying, tell them neuroscience. But it's also the golden age of genetics. And in fact, you could say that 2017 was possibly the tipping point for consumer genetics. Over 12 million Americans have had their genome sequenced now, and the growth just continues on. But the fact remains that most of this technology is being driven by governments, large academic and research institutions. And so in fact, under the Obama administration, they announced the Precision Medicine Initiative and allocated about $300 million to it. The UK has an initiative to sequence their citizens, volunteers. Of course, China came out and announced their $9 billion Precision Medicine Initiative. So large state actors are taking this stuff very, very seriously and are what's really driving this forward. But there's people like my friend Ono Faber, who is a citizen scientist. He's an app developer in San Francisco, and he found out that he had a very rare genetic condition called NF2. And because it's so rare, there's very few research dollars available to study his condition, and pharmaceutical companies have little incentive to develop drugs for it. So he did what any self-respecting Silicon Valley inhabitant would do. He sequenced his genome. And then he organized a genomic hackathon with help from people at Google and the National Institutes of Health. And now he's using crowdsourcing and social media to connect with other people suffering from NF2 and to build a company around that to help figure out what causes the disease and what potential treatments there could be for it. So you can't talk about genetics and genetic engineering without, of course, immediately having to talk about designer babies. So this could well be the first step towards designer babies. Researchers at the Chinese Academy of Sciences announced that they had used CRISPR, gene editing tool you've probably all heard of, to knock out the myostatin gene in these beagles. Now, the myostatin gene actually regulates musculature and muscle development. And if you knock it out, the muscles continue to develop. And so in this case, it's not quite as visual as you would like, but those beagles are super buff. I mean, you can see the muscles in their chests and in their necks. This may be what the future of our athletes is. So my friend Josiah decided to try it on himself. So Josiah likes to pretend like he's a Yahoo, but he's got a degree, an advanced degree, a PhD from the University of Chicago in molecular biology. He also had a job at NASA as an astrobiologist. How cool is that? He was working on things like using bacteria to recycle plastics and terraforming Mars. So Josiah considers himself a citizen scientist. In fact, he's got a company called the Odin, and he will sell you a bacterial CRISPR kit that allows you to make fun things like fluorescent beer, for instance. But Josiah is a committed biopunk, and he likes the kind of stuntsman's approach to freeing the tools of biology. So he's done a couple of stunts. One of them, and this is how I first heard about him, was to perform a fecal transplant on himself. And that is exactly what it sounds like. And we're not going to talk any more about that. Last year, he wanted to up the ante a little bit, so he injected himself with a plasmid containing a CRISPRed myostatin knockout, just to see what would happen. His company, in fact, will give you a custom CRISPR edit. All you have to do is tell him the bacteria or the plant or the animal that you're interested in and the gene or sequence that you want edited, and he'll do it for you. Your own custom CRISPR edit costs you $150. So a lot of people think that these tools should stay in the realm of large institutions where they are highly regulated and controlled. You know, people think people like Josiah are a threat to our humanity, to our human race. But, you know, the fact is, the vast majority of scientists working with this technology are highly ethical. They are highly aware of the ethical ramifications of their work, and they're also highly regulated. And in fact, you know, he's part of a bigger movement. The genie is out of the bottle on this stuff. This technology is already thoroughly documented and widespread. There are over 169 DIY biospaces around the world. And I was actually delighted to discover that only 30% of them are in the United States. So they're in Brazil, and they're in India, and they're in Japan. They're in places that you would not expect. So no matter what regulations we pass, we can assume that somebody, somewhere, is going to be working on it in spite of the regulation. So Josiah likes the performative aspects of biotech, and that makes me think of Stellark, a man whose performances include a robotic arm and acoustical sensors that he wires himself up with that tap into the metabolic processes happening in his body that he then translates into music, light, and laser performances. By the way, this is from performances he was doing in the 80s. So what's Stellark up to these days? Implants. He created a silicone implant that he embedded in his forearm. And when I saw him a few months ago, he was working on embedding a microphone in that ear as a sort of IoT device so that people all over the internet could actually tap into and hear what his ear was sensing. It's not just artists, it's also fashion designers. Stella McCartney, a committed vegan and environmentalist, has been working with a company in the Bay Area called Bolt Threads on a substitute for leather. They call it Milo, and it's made out of mycelium. This woman, Sasha Loren, takes kombucha, which is a fermented sugary tea, and mixes it with something that synthetic biologists know all about. It's called SCOBY, which is a symbiotic culture of bacteria and yeast. And the combination of the SCOBY and the kombucha forms cellulose threads, which she then weaves into textiles. And this is her kombucha fashion show. You know, it's interesting because people are working with bacteria, they're working with yeast, they're also working with things like methane gas and carbon dioxide to make, of course, textiles and other new materials, but they're also making clean biofuels, and they're making food products. For instance, fish meal can be made from carbon dioxide. It's pretty amazing. So that brings us to food. We all know there's a massive revolution underway in the food industry, but 2 decades and 2,000 peer-reviewed studies later, 90% of scientists believe that genetically modified foods are not harmful to consumers. So that includes, in America at least, the American Medical Association, the National Academy of Science, the American Association for the Advancement of Science, and the World Health Organization. All believe GMO foods are safe for consumption. But only 30% of consumers would agree with them. And there's a huge amount of disinformation out there. There's a huge amount of economic interest in you not really understanding that reality. So I want you to hear about some of what we are up against when we start thinking about the fact that genetically modified foods may well be the most efficient and most effective way to manage our land and water resources, to reduce our dependence on pesticides and fertilizers, and to create maximum nutritional value for the 10 billion people we're expecting on this planet in the year 2050. But listen to this.
Frankly, I trust the social media, like blogs like, Vani Hari's or other moms that even just do a post. I trust what they say more than most medical doctors, more than the CDC, more than the FDA, more than the USDA, more than the EPA. That's real. I don't need a scientific study for that. I don't need a doctor to tell me that.
This cracks me up. You can see this is a film from a clip from a film called Food Evolution, which I highly recommend. But the Google search there is like Zen Honeycut Crazy. You know, Zen has backing from the organic food industry. She's got hundreds of thousands of people who read her blog, Moms Across America. And this is just part of what we have to do to combat attitudes with facts. You know, we are being overwhelmed right now with huge amounts of technological and biotechnological change. You know, the stuff of science fiction is becoming reality. By the way, did you know this year is the 200th anniversary of the publication of Frankenstein, Mary Shelley's Frankenstein? So this is one of the reasons why we're all very focused on it. But if you look at, you know, television shows, films, books, you'll see us grappling with these possibilities, and they are terrifying to a lot of us. You know, whether you're talking about a rogue bioterrorist, you know, who releases some totally viral pandemic, whether you're talking about a you know, synthetic humans in revolt, or Orphan Black, Canadian, a Toronto program about clones that were created and are being manipulated by an evil corporation. These are just all signs of what it is that we're trying to figure out. So now is a time to take in a lot of new information. Now is a really good time to study biology. You know, we have to re-examine our attitudes and our definitions of words like natural and organic and artificial. And we have to be willing to change our minds, because there's a lot of people out there who are changing their minds. Bill Nye, the science guy, actually changed his mind about GMO foods after seeing that genetic sequencing had become 10 million times faster and more accurate than he thought. In vitro fertilization, 40 years ago, we thought that was against, you know, God's will, and that it was immoral and these people would be freaks. Today, we consider it a basic human right to have a baby with your partner who's genetically connected to you. What morally ambiguous biotechnologies are we confronting today that in another 20 or 40 years from now will be considered both natural and a human right? You know, the next generation has no such attitudes about science and technology. You can just ask Raina. We arrived at this point because it is in our nature to make tools. And as Don Tapscott so helpfully pointed out yesterday, you know, the digital revolution brought us great enrichment and great empowerment, but it also had its dark sides. You know, on the plus side, it gave us tremendous enrichment. It allowed us to give voice to marginalized communities. It gave us access to all the world's information and allowed us to find and form communities not just based on geography, but based on shared interests and experiences, like patients and caregivers, for instance. You know, on the downside, it led to a complete loss of privacy. It led to a tribalization of our society, and to the amplification of fake news. You know, but the fact is, the next stage of the digital revolution is biological. Bio is the new digital. As physics was to the 20th century, biology is to the 21st century. Diane Francis talked about ethical frameworks. Don Tapscott talked about a new social contract. What we need is to bring all of our humanity, all of our intelligence, and all of our wisdom to bear on the debates about how to deploy these biotechnological tools. Because if we're committed to living on a clean planet, to using smart and efficient energy sources, to biodiversity and to respect for individual rights, then the world that we inhabit and the worlds that we explore, the species that we create and the species that we evolve into can be balanced and healthy and self-sustaining and magnificent. Thank you.
I like the magnificent part.
Magnificent.
Magnificent.
It can be magnificent.
I'm going to take that picture.
This is the Canadian Jewish News shot.
Okay, great. Excellent.
Get a little closer. That's good. Oh, that's great. Thank you very much. Okay, will you come with me, Jane?
I will
so
indeed.
much.
Great. Thanks, Moses.
Outstanding.
Thank you.
We're going to take your mic off.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. So we move now from the church of science fiction to what I think seriously is the new church. In fact, there's probably a provable correlation between the decline of mainstream religions and the rise of environmentalism, including some manifestations that echo some of the less tolerant parts of old-time religion in the new-time environmentalism. And I've got underwear in my hand. You may ask, why do I have underwear in my hand? Well, one, I'm going to throw it out. Who wants them? They're very colorful. They're by Saks. I may have to take my jacket off. But the reason is that Saks, in its pro-social endeavors, are supporters of our next speaker in his environmental work. Oh my God, look at these.
Red Solo cups, red Solo cups.
What?
They're red Solo cups.
Red Solo cups. How can you live without them? What am I giving for them? Why are we giving these things away for free? You got it? All right. Hats. You see, they can't go that far. Pink hats, I love them. Is that it? Okay, so Topher, come out here. So he's the underwear man.
Underwear guy. If only.
But he's also got some of these.
There it is. Yeah, it's so great to be following that last talk because, as he sort of mentioned, this rise of environmentalism, but actually finding ways that it merges with technology and our experiences overall. But here, to sort of set you up, I'm going to take you into the rainforest. So this is the sound of Indonesia in Sumatra. I visited Sumatra for the very first time in 2012. And it's the overwhelming sound that kind of strikes you the most when you're there. This cacophony of noise, but there's some things that do kind of stick out from time to time. So like this is, that's a hornbill, a giant bird. This is a cicada. And these are gibbons singing to each other from a distance. That's what the forest sounds like all the time. But actually, when I first visited this place, this is a gibbon sanctuary, a place where they rehabilitate these baby gibbons to be released into the wild. I didn't realize that actually they were spending a lot of their time trying to protect the outskirts of that reserve from illegal logging. And so actually behind the sounds of the rainforest that entire time were the sounds of chainsaws. And they had 3 full-time guards, but they actually weren't able to know where the chainsaws were the entire time because it was so big, it was so noisy. And one day I went walking off in the forest and stumbled on these loggers who managed to get away. But it struck me this was kind of ridiculous, and this is something I wanted to address. I'm from Silicon Valley, from San Francisco, and I figured that technology must play a part in this. So what was there out there? There were people who wanted to stop it. There was actually pretty good cell phone service. Everyone's on Facebook and surfing the web. There's no roads, no running water, no electricity, but they charge their phones once a day and they can actually connect. So in my naivety, I came up with this great idea. So the moment a chainsaw goes off in the forest, the sound gets picked up by this device in the tree, which over that network transmits to the cloud, which fixes the signal, sends it to alert to the guards, and they get like, what? And they jump on their motorcycles and they get out there and they stop the logger on the spot. Real footage, you guys. It's real footage. But still, you'd need some kind of device to get this done. And I think actually in the last talk, she mentioned that 1.5 billion smartphones were bought last year. A lot of them were thrown away, too. So about 150 million smartphones are thrown away in the US alone last year. And it turns out those phones are pretty awesome little computers, little sensors. They can connect to the networks that are there, put them in a box with a microphone and some solar panels, and you can actually accomplish this task of being able to monitor the forest with trash. This is kind of what this idea looks like all put together. This is me putting it together in the garage at my parents' house a few years ago. actually really nice of them to allow for that. And then, of course, it's one thing to build it in San Francisco, but you got to get it out in the field. So took it back to Indonesia, put it up in a tree, and on the second day it was up there, picked up the sounds of chainsaws. We put it up there, these guys had climbed up, they get back down, they're smoking a cigarette, everyone's just chilling. I get this email on my phone, and it says there's a chainsaw in the distance, and we quiet down, and it turns out that there was. So we took off and ran through the forest. And this is when I kind of realized when I got there that this might not have been the best idea in the world. But that guy, oh, he's moving, so now I gotta move. And we go up over the hill and actually interrupt the loggers in the act. And this was sort of the moment when I sort of realized that the right people, these are the people that these guards, these rangers, they could really make a difference if they just were able to know where they were supposed to get soon enough. And it should be automatic for them. So this is the sound of that chainsaw, a chainsaw in the forest, and you can pick it out automatically. So beyond that, it's not just about picking out chainsaws, right? So why do we want to protect the forest? There's really cute animals in the forest. Everyone knows that. These are the reasons that we want to protect it, right? But well beyond that, there may be things that are much more urgent. So like climate change. It turns out that climate change, all the carbon that's released into the world every year, almost a fifth of that comes from deforestation, more than all the transportation put together, more than all the cars, planes, trucks, ships combined. None of that adds up to the carbon emissions from deforestation. And 90% of the logging in the rainforest is illegal. And if it's illegal, then there's a mandate to stop it. And so we can work with local partners and old technology to be able to accomplish this. And it turns out that logging, well, all deforestation is not from logging. A lot of it's from agriculture. Illegal logging is so profitable that that's what actually creates the roads. And the roads themselves are the harbinger of doom for the forest. Because once those roads are there, that actually leads to the wholesale destruction of the forest from other activities. So if you can stop illegal logging, which there's a mandate to do, and people who would do it, then you can actually, it might be the fastest, cheapest way for us to fight climate change today. And it uses what's already there. That's what I kind of love. So it's one thing to test it in Indonesia, Africa. Let's take it to Brazil, the biggest rainforest in the world. So if you look at Brazil, you have this kind of ocean deforestation with these islands of pretty intact forest out there. Like, what are those? Are those protected areas? Turns out they're actually indigenous reserves. These are places like Indian reservations in the US and Canada that have been, they technically belong to the tribes, but they're actually not that well under control. This is the Tembe Reserve, the Tembe tribe, and it's the Tembe themselves. And actually in 2014, when we met them, this entire purple area was controlled by illegal loggers, settlers, and drug cartels. And just going from village to village would be like this. They'd just be driving from one town to the next, and they'd run across these huge trucks filled with wood, well-armed, brand new, just taking wood from their land. Obviously very dangerous for the tribes. But for them, they kind of knew that this was an existential struggle for them. So they kind of suited up. They trained 30 rangers to be able to take this on. This area is really big. It's about 1,000 square miles of forest, about the size of Yosemite National Park. But they realized that they had to take this on. But it's a really big area, and so how would they actually be able to do that? Well, it turns out there actually is cell phone service around this, but it's a good, 15, 20 miles from the edge of this reserve. So, normally when you want to, create cell phone service or extend it, you have to build a tower. But what else is there in the forest that's pretty tall that you can use just like a tower? Trees. So we started to learn how to climb trees. And we worked with the tribe to be able to do that. And when you can put one of these devices way up top in the tree, you can hear sounds from kilometers away. You can pick up cell service from 15, 20 kilometers away. And because these things are made with cell phones, we can actually hand this depiction off to them entirely.
Because the antenna is both fragile and sensitive. You want to put the microphone on there.
Learning how to put one of these devices together.
Yeah, that's good.
Just like the garage.
Old cell phones are available to almost anybody all the time. And these aren't trash. These are actually really, really powerful little computers. They can connect to the networks that are there. They can record the sound. They can do all this great processing. The hard parts, of course, have to do with making it possible to power them and making sure they can actually pick up sounds from a great distance. But all these are things that you can do with pretty standard electronics.
Cool.
Pronto.
Pronto.
Here we go.
So they managed to set these things up across the perimeter of the reserve. And over time picked up the sounds of some chainsaws. I'm actually going to show you what it's like to be able to pick these things out, because again, there's not people listening. It's actually a bridge over from the first day, and a little bit of what what you heard in the last talk about AI. This is using artificial intelligence in the cloud. We're streaming all the audio off of these phones and picking out the sounds of chainsaws. So this is a pretty obvious one. You guys can hear that chainsaw, right? This is actually just from May, so that led to an alert. But it's the really subtle things. You heard the forest is really, really noisy. So what about this one? Raise your hand if you hear the chainsaw. All right, that's pretty good. Good speaker system, you guys. Okay, it's pretty subtle, and if you're in the forest, you might not hear it, but the AI is able to pick this out pretty well. And so we're attempting to use really cheap technology in the field, really standard things like cell phone networks to be able to use high-tech technology, software to be able to pick it out. And actually, this alert that you heard led to this time we were able to mobilize. Picked up the sounds of some logging trucks. And so at the end of that road, there were about 24 Tembe guards who were able to stop the truck. And they were able to seize the truck. I wouldn't say arrest the loggers. They sent them away, burn the truck, leave it on the outside, seize a lot of other equipment, and disrupt these operations. A lot of what I'm here to talk about is how completely badass these guys are. Every single one of these rangers is able to have a bigger impact on climate change, potentially, than a dozen engineers at Tesla, and they don't even know it. They're just trying to protect their backyard. Some of the best things we can do is provide them with technology and support to get it done. And that's kind of what I'm here to talk about. So it's not just about them as well. It's also about other ways that we can connect. Like, basically, if we're streaming all the audio out of the forest, it turns out that we can also create an app that allows you to listen to live sounds of the forest from anywhere in the world. So this is from Ecuador. Because a really important part of protecting the forest isn't just about catching loggers. Obviously, we have to create more interest, because what you and I care about in the United States and Canada and Europe is actually what the rest of the world wants to protect. So well beyond that, it's also about what else can we pick out from the forest. Because the good news is that in situations like the Tembe, if you can actually stop loggers on the spot, they'll go away for a little while, usually like a few months or a season. But at the same time, we're going to stream all that stuff out. So how else can we make that useful? Well, let's go back to Indonesia, to the forest that's out there. And it turns out, let me turn down just a little bit. It turns out that from the sound of the forest, the cacophony of noise, the same techniques that we use to pick out chainsaws, we can immediately make available to all the ecologists and biologists out there, so that we can instantly start categorizing in real time, as well as archival, all the sounds coming out of the forest, and build the biggest audio arc, almost like a saved archive of the entire world. And again, you saw these really intense solar panels and microphones and the rest. That's one way to do it. We want to make sure this is available to everybody, so that you don't have to you don't have to go to the forest to learn about it. You don't have to go to the forest to study it. Anybody around the world can do that. But at the end of the day, this is kind of what the device looks like. But the really important part is just the phone on the inside. And so very soon, we hope to be able to make it possible to just download this software onto your phone from the Play Store, put it on your windowsill, and start learning about all of the amazing things happening in the backyard. Because again, it's not about any particular technology. It's about all of the technological detritus that's lying around. Cell phones are so cool. If we can make the right software and find the right people to use them, then we can really make a difference, and we absolutely can save the forest and the environment overall. Thanks, guys.
That's so disarming. I mean, you made it sound really so simple in a way. Climbing those trees is a bit dangerous.
Oh, that's the easy part.
Yeah.
That's the easy part.
So have you mobilized? I mean, teams now all over the world?
Teams all over the world. We've been able to aid in the protection of about 1,000 square miles of forest, but we think we can triple that, actually, by this time next year.
It was really a great inspiration. Jeannie, have you?
Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Hey.
Come join us.
Yeah.
One more. Eyes open. Good.
Yeah. Well, just before you go, who is us?
Oh, it's Rainforest Connection. We're working with Saks Underwear, who really sort of trying to make it show that people around the world can make a difference, just guys make a difference. But visit the booth outside and learn more about it. Rainforest Connection and SACS working together to protect the rainforest.
Excellent.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. This way.
This way.
So at one point I wrote a little note to myself, and it said, Diane Whelan plans to walk 15,000 miles from coast to coast to coast across Canada on the Great Trail, when in fact Diane Whelan is walking across Canada. And you might ask yourself why. I too wondered about that. She says, we live in a culture where we don't like to feel uncomfortable. Where can I go to make my spirit and mind stronger? Where can I go to become emotionally stronger? Nature is a great place to do that. Diane.
How
are you?
How are you? Good, nice to be here. Hello, everybody. Good morning. It's great to be here. Oh, I'm supposed to stay on the red carpet. Seeds, ideas are like seeds. When you put them in fertile soil, they grow. Some seeds stay dormant for, I don't know, hundreds, maybe thousands of years. And some seeds, as soon as you put them in the soil, they grow. But nothing is more powerful than an idea whose time has come. And here we go. I make adventure films, and I write books about those experiences. My last film was two films ago. I made a film up in the high Arctic with the Inuit and the Army called This Land. And my last film was on Mount Everest, working with the Sherpas and climbers. All my films are journey films, but what makes them, and they're different journeys, but what makes them the same is that they are a fusion of traditional ecological knowledge and modern science and technology. Nobody survives in the Arctic, not even the Army, with all this high-tech gear, without traditional knowledge, because at minus 80 degrees, when you're up near the North Pole, all that equipment stops working. Same with Everest. Even with all this new Gore-Tex and all this high-tech gear, you still need the traditional knowledge of the Sherpas to make it to the top. In this shot right here, an Inuit is actually finding us drinking water on the frozen Arctic Ocean. They climb to the top of an iceberg, and they look for the deep blue ice, because that is what has had the salt leached out of it over hundreds and hundreds of years. And that's just an example of the traditional knowledge that was required in order for us to survive on these journeys. A couple of years ago, when I came back from Everest, I was having I guess a crisis of faith of some sort, but not to a religion governed by man, but to that intangible thing we call the human spirit. The world stopped making sense to me. There's no doubting the benefits of all this science and technology, but it's coming at a great cost, and at a cost of ecological destruction. We have fish with mercury in them. We have whales being found dead on beaches with plastics and car parts in them. And for all of the great things about our modern society, we also have this incredible rise of anxiety and depression. And so began the journey of 500 Days in the Wild. Oops, sorry. I realized that maybe everything we need to know we had forgotten. And so I had this idea for my next film that I would embark on the longest trail in the world, and I would search for some of that lost wisdom. And the journey began 3 years ago. I'm currently right on the border of Manitoba and Saskatchewan. And, sorry. I'm having technical issues here. I'm a Luddite with all this technology. But in any case, I began walking along the longest trail in the world. And there it is right here, thank you. It's 24,000 kilometers long. It connects 3 oceans. 7,000 kilometers of it is water trails that I paddle. And it's, for me, a very symbolic trail, not only because it crosses this great nation, but because it goes across our entire continent. And before we were a continent split into all these countries, the indigenous people of this land called it Turtle Island. So for me, walking this journey is a fusion of these two things. It's honoring the ancestors of this land and looking for lost wisdom and trying to find a new story, maybe something that's a bit more inclusive. On the journey, there are many misadventures. This is one of them. This is last winter when all of a sudden I woke up and the water became ice and I had to walk my canoe out of the forest for a few days. And there are many profound exchanges. On the trail, most of the time I'm by myself, but I'm helped in making the film by another filmmaker named Anne Verrill. She comes out and provides the logistics and helps me make my transitions from hiking, snowshoeing, and paddling. When I left Newfoundland 3 years ago, on July 1st, 2015, I started the first 1,000 kilometers followed an old rail line across Newfoundland. And it wasn't a very pretty start. I suppose if there was one card you could draw out of a tarot deck that most aptly described me, it was the Fool. I brought way too much gear. I went through 5 tents in like 6 weeks. So I was very humbled. And my first lesson in the old way came in my last week in Newfoundland, when I was invited by the Mi'kmaq woman to attend, oh, this is the tent going down. This is number 2, I think, Geronimo. I was invited by the Mi'kmaq woman to come to a healing circle in a place called St. George, Newfoundland. When I got there, it was a church. And when I walked into the inside of the church, all the pews were gone, the altar was gone, and instead there was this big circle. And we all sat around the circle, and it dawned on me while I was sitting there, wow, there's a big difference. Like, I was raised Catholic, and I had to leave the church when I was 12 years old because it was a bit of a challenge. Like, they kept telling me that women were made from the rib of a man, and I kind of already knew that I came from the womb of my mother, so it was a sort of an ideological friction there. But sitting in this church that day with these women in this circle, I realized the power of the shift from that triangle, where there's someone up here talking to all of you, to sitting in a circle when everybody has the same voice. You take turns talking in a circle, and everybody has the same power. As I sat there thinking about that, and I went back to the trail, I was reminded by something that Jimmy Carter said to me. Not Jimmy Carter didn't say it to me, I read it. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous here today. I thought about something that Jimmy Carter said, and it was that 9 years ago, Jimmy Carter made the most painful decision in his life. It wasn't while he was president of the United States, it was when he decided to leave the Baptist Church. And he wrote an article called "Losing My Religion for Equality." And I'm just going to read something from that in an old-fashioned way from a book that I've written in here, which is a quote from Jimmy Carter's column. It says, "Losing my religion for equality. Women and girls have been discriminated against for too long in a twisted interpretation in the Word of God. This view that women are somehow inferior to men is not restricted to one religion or belief. Women are prevented from playing a full and equal role in many faiths. Nor, tragically, does its influence stop at the walls of the church, mosque, synagogue, or temple. This discrimination, unjustifiably inflicted by a higher authority, has provided a reason or excuse for the deprivation of women's equal rights across the world for centuries. I realized that sitting in that circle, and the Mi'kmaq woman had brought a big drum to the middle of the circle, and they started playing this drum, and I said to them, I thought in Mi'kmaq culture, only the men were allowed to play the big drum. And these women said, it's the 21st century. It's time for a change. And I thought, yeah. So here we had this fusion. We had this fusion of this traditional knowledge, of these Mi'kmaq women bringing back their spiritual power, and we have Jimmy Carter. And I thought, right on, because that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this fusion of ideas. You know, when I'm in the Arctic and I'm on Everest, it's not just one way. It's not just the traditional knowledge. It's the traditional knowledge and the modern science and technology working together to take people through a dangerous place to safety. And so that's really what I'm trying to find on this journey, are these places where these things come together. So lesson number 1, time for the big drum. I resume my journey. Woo! Can you turn that down a little bit? As I resumed my journey, I finished Newfoundland, and then I got on the ferry and I crossed over to Cape Breton. When I reached Cape Breton, I had to walk a little ways to get to the shores of the Bredor Lake. The Bredor Lake is the largest inland sea in the world. After I reached it, I was met with some Mi'kmaq friends, and they had a small ceremony for me, gifted me a paddle, and off I went. It would take me 40 days to paddle the Bredor Lake, and on this particular scene, I'm on day 11, and I got in some serious trouble. It was the first moment on the journey where I actually thought I might die. I woke up that morning, and it was a beautiful sunny day, and I started paddling. There was a bit of an onshore wind, and at one point, pushed me to shore. I got out, and I saw this ruby red rock embedded in this clay, and I'm like, oh my God, it's so amazing. I went over, and I dug out this rock, and I'm like, oh, it's so beautiful. Oh, I'm gonna take it. I put it in my pocket, I'm gonna take this rock. And just as I was doing it, I'm like, oh, you should I'm gonna take this rock. Get back into the canoe, I start paddling. All of a sudden, the winds change. I'm like, oh my God, I gotta get back to shore. The wind went from being an onshore wind to an offshore wind. Paddling, I'm paddling. Oh my God, I've lost control of the canoe. I can't make it to shore. I know the only thing I can do is point my bow and let that wind take me wherever the hell it's gonna take me, and it's gonna take me out into open water. And it did. And I use a kayak paddle and a canoe when I'm paddling, and I've got my paddle going, and like half the time my paddle's not even touching the water, and waves are coming this way, and waves are coming behind me, and fear of death is in my throat, and I can almost taste the blood in my mouth, and I'm so certain that it's an inevitability that I am gonna end up in this water. And all I can think about is that red rock. And I shout into the wind and into the water, I'm like, I promise if I can get to shore, I'll give you back the rock. I would have reached into my pocket, but I just couldn't even let go of my paddle. Well, by some fate, miracle, who knows, I make it. I go across this big, wide open passage, and an hour later, the winds are blowing me at like 15K an hour. My normal speed's normally 3. I mean, I was booking, you know? And I reached the shore, and I got that rock, and I threw it back into that water, and I said, thank you. And that's where that rock belonged, with the ancestors of this land, with the stories of this water. And in that moment, I learned my second lesson, which is a different definition of the concept of explorer. That as an explorer, I'm here to learn and listen, not take things, you know, as we did in the previously, right? Exploration was all about finding furs, finding minerals, finding resources. And I realized that here I was trying to do this take 2 on first contact, and I just made that same mistake. Road to hell, paved with good intentions, you know? So that's my second lesson. Anyway, I resumed my paddling. I made it to the end of the 40 days, and greeting me on the shore, if I can do this, there's that red rock. Greeting me on the shore was the Grand Chief of the Mi'kmaq people, Ben Sillyboy. I didn't know anyone was going to be there when I finished that paddle, and here was the Grand Chief, and he was there, and he gifted me a feather, and I hung out with the Mi'kmaq elders for a while, and I learned my next lesson. When I left, I thought traveling the old way was the method that I was traveling. Canoeing, snowshoeing, hiking. What I realized was that that's not the old way. One of the elders said to me, Deanne, the old way is not how you travel, it's what you carry in your heart. When we traveled, with every step in nature, we would say, the earth is sacred, the earth is sacred, the earth is sacred. With every paddle of your stroke, the water is sacred, the water is sacred, the water is sacred. And he said, if you do that, you will be safe on your journey. I do that. I do that now, and it has totally changed my experience. Thought becomes deed, deed becomes destiny. You walk with that. Instead of being upon the earth, you become with it. I encourage you all to try that next time you're out. And I realized at that moment, too, that my journey was actually unintentionally being shaped by something I had begun at the very beginning of this journey. Like I said, on this journey, I was out to pay my respects and to honor the ancestors of this land. And as a way of doing that, I thought that I would hold space and say prayers every morning for the murdered and missing Aboriginal women. What I didn't realize was that this very private act every morning that I would do on the trail would shape my journey. I did not leave knowing that I was going to meet Grand Chief Ben Sillyboy, and I've since spent time with the Ojibwe, the Cree, the Algonquin, the Anishinaabe, the Mohawk, Lakota, Dakota people. I did not know that all of that was going to happen. All I knew that I was going to go look for lost wisdom, and that I would carry in my heart the memory of these women. I would stand with them, and it would be a part of the way that I would honor the ancestors of this land. And when he told me that the old way was about what we carried in our heart, I realized that quite by accident, in doing this, that I had brought this shape to my journey. A few days later, I embarked and I left and I resumed my journey across Nova Scotia. And it was about November when I woke up one morning to find the first ice of the seasons changing, and a big storm came. I had been in the woods for a couple of days, I hadn't seen anyone, and I'd already forgotten, the earth is sacred, because I was in this big storm, and all these trees were blowing around, the rain was coming down, and I got lost. I didn't know where I was, my cell phone was dead. I pulled out my paper map, which turned to pulp in this pouring rain, and I was like, oh yeah, I should have laminated that. Didn't laminate the map, now the map is gone. Anyway, off in the distance, right? Off in the distance, I see this little side-by-side car. And I should have been really happy, right? Like, oh, thank God, there's somebody coming. But I wasn't. I was terrified because I was already afraid. So up comes this cart, and in it are these two guys, hunters. They're full camo. They got their guns. They got their rum. They got their cigars. And I'm like, this is a woman's worst nightmare, okay? I'm like, oh, my God. I'm going to die, but something even more horrible is going to happen before that even happens. And they come up to me and they go, come on, you got to get in our car. Leave all your stuff here. I'm like, oh, is that? Woo, 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 woo. Anyway, I eventually have to go with them. I have to trust them. And they take me back to their hunter's cabin where there's 1950s porn on the wall everywhere. Woo, 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 woo. But they ended up making a big fire, feeding me deer meat, and by the end of the night I was smoking a cigar, and the next day they took me back to the trail. And I realized in that moment that when we look at the world from a perspective of fear, then all we see is everything that comes at us is from that place. And that, part of the problem is that right now, all the media does, it fills us with that fear. So I have to sum it up really quick right now, so we're going to jump right to the end here. There's a couple, what I am saying and how does it relate to AI and robotics and everything else that we're discussing here? It relates because all of these technologies will constantly bombard us and come at us, but the ultimate outcome will be determined by what we carry in our hearts. And with that, I'm going to read you one last quote if I can, which is this. It's an Ursula Quinn quote, and I end it here, and I'm sorry I'm a few seconds late, but it's worth waiting for. Our roots are in the dark. The earth is our country. Why did we look up for blessing instead of around and down? What hope we have lies there, not in the sky full of orbiting spy eyes and weaponry, but in the earth we have looked down upon, not from above, but from below. Not in the light that blinds, but in the dark that nourishes, where human beings grow human souls. Thank you very much.
Feeling better now?
Yeah.
One more time? No, you're fantastic. You're good. Here, let's take some pictures. Bravo, bravo. So while we're standing here, Dan, I want to ask you, I know quite a few filmmakers, and
Yeah.
they have fine minds and
Yeah.
interesting philosophies and sense of aesthetics and so on.
Yeah.
But a lot of them are seriously out of shape.
Yeah.
Did you have any kind of history as a jock, as a competitor?
No, I'm the
as a-
antithesis of the Amazing Race. I'm the opposite of the Amazing Race. I'm an artist seeking understanding. I'm not out there to prove how strong I am or how fast I can be. I'm seeking understanding. So I'm the turtle, not the hare.
But you took on an enormous physical challenge, right?
Well, you know, we're not really defined by what we want. We're defined by what we're willing to suffer for. And my spirit was broken, and I was willing to suffer for that.
Are you buff now? Or are you?
You know,
like in
not
suit?
really, not really. Not as much as I should be, but it's because now, whenever I pull into a town, I'll ask for a piece of pie, and they bring me the whole one, the whole pie.
It's not your fault. Well, that's
Anyway,
good.
it was a blessing. Thank you very much, Moses.
Great to see you.
Yeah, you too.
Well, you wake up one morning and you go, oh yeah, I think I'll walk across the country. 24,000 kilometers. It's unbelievable. Well, a really good morning, I think, but we're going to finish it in a particularly exceptional way. Amy Skye, you probably know the name. She's a rock star. She's a rock star, she's a singer, she's a songwriter. 11 albums, tons of concerts. She's also the mother of a really remarkably musical family. And through that and amid that and around all of that, she has an interest in things spiritual and is drawn to both, I guess, listening to and writing spiritual music. That's why she's here today. Please welcome Amy Skye.
לחיים מלך חפץ בחיים וכותבנו בספר החיים למענך אלוהים חיים הם חיים זוכרנו לחיים מלך חפץ בחיים וכותבנו בספר החיים למען האלוהים חיים הם זוכרנו לחיים מלך חפץ בחיים וכותבנו בספר החיים למענך אלוהים חיים הם חיים זוכרנו לחיים מלך חפץ בחיים והודנו לספר החיים למען האלוהים חיים הם חיים. Remember us, remember us. Write our names, oh God, in a book of life. Remember us, oh remember us. Write our names, my Lord, in the book of life. So remember in the book of life. Remember so
Thank you so much. The song that we just sung for you is called Zochrenu, and it's traditionally sung on the Jewish New Year, or Rosh Hashanah. For this session on God and Nature, we're going to sing some songs for you from my albums The Book of Life and Twilight Rose. And on these albums, I was looking to breathe some new life into some beautiful old prayers. And I've not only written new melodies, but I wanted to infuse the songs with the joy and vibrancy of gospel music. This next song was inspired by a prayer traditionally sung on the Day of Atonement. Yom Kippur is a day we set aside to reflect on our actions over the past year. And we look both inward and outward. We seek to make amends and to set an intention to do less harm and spread more love in the year to come.
For the sin I have sinned when I turned away. For the sin I have sinned when I would not pray. For the times that I took your name in vain. For the times I caused hurt, fear, and shame, or pain. Forgive me, my Lord. Forgive me, my Lord. For the sin I have sinned when my tongue was weak, when I spoke too much or I could not speak. Cruel thoughts, careless slights, for the unsung deed, for the ones I ignored in their hour of need. Forgive me, my Lord. Forgive me, my Lord. Forgive my father. sister. Forgive my brother. Forgive my brother. Forgive my son. Forgive my son. Forgive my daughter. Forgive my daughter. Lord, help them forgive me too. And help me forgive myself. And help me forgive myself. For a heart that was hard, dark and locked unkind. For the ears that were closed, for the eyes gone blind. To the silently suffering, the hungry child. For the comfort denied, for the withheld smile. Forgive me, my Lord. Forgive me, my Lord. For the heart that was hard, that I cast aside. For the times that I stole, for the times I lied. For the love I held back, for the hate I heard. For all the things I took for granted in this beautiful world. Forgive me, my Lord. Forgive me, my
You're not leaving.
I'm not leaving. No, they're leaving. I'm going to sing a song for you that is, well, love is to people what water is to plants. And the greatest gift that you can give to others is the gift of unconditional love and acceptance. Some say love can only last by holding on as tight as heaven will allow. But love is trust, and though you are the soul of my soul, love is letting go. So I'll give you wings to fly and roots to come back to if your dreams run dry. A heart that's here for you until it's time once more for you to touch the sky. I'll give you wings
wings to fly. I'll give you wings to fly. I'll hold you close, but not too close for you to breathe, 'cause love needs air and space to grow. For all of my life, all you are is all that I'll need. So tell me you believe that I'll give you wings to fly and roots to come back to if your dreams run dry. A heart that's here for you until it's time once more for you to touch the sky. I'll give you wings to fly. I'll give you wings to fly. These arms of mine, they were so empty till I found you. Oh, they could build their homes around you, or they can untie the ropes that bound you. And I'll give you wings to fly and roots to come back to if your dreams run dry. A heart that's here for you until it's time once more for you to touch the sky. I promise you that I'll give you wings to fly.
Thank you. I would like to invite back onto the stage my three wonderful singers, Tamika Williams, Znaimer Armand, and Vanessa Thomas. These women are not only amazing talents in their own right, but they are all worship leaders in their own churches. To sing this final song with me, please welcome back my very special guest, one of Canada's greatest vocal treasures, and my good friend, Mark Masri.
Mi chamocha Bayalima Adonai, Mi kamocha neder b'kodesh, Nora tehilot, all sefelet, Nora tehilot, oh sefelet, oh sefelet. Shira chadasha shibihu geuli, Neshim ha-sfat hayam yachad kulam hodu v'himlechu Yimlochle olam Who is like you, my Lord, my God? Oh, who is like you, my Lord? Bringer of wonders to hear from afar. Holy in splendor you are. The shore of the sea, safe in your arms we belong. Oh, and out of the darkness for now and forever, so we can sing a new song. And we sing Mi Chamocha Va'elim Adonai Mi Kamocha Nedar B'Kodesh Mi Chamocha.
Bravo. Amy, that was so good. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. That was fantastic. You were fantastic.
Thank you.
It was really outstanding.
And thank you, Moses, for having me to sing spiritual material. What better man is there to sing for than a man named Moses? Thank you all so much.
You know, about that, so much of pop music is moon, June, spoon, croon. And not many pop artists really venture into this territory. And while you were singing, it reminded me of Leonard. Leonard was one of those who would take on that challenge and make a memorable song out of it, as you do you. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Amy.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Oh, this is great. Okay, keep your eyes open. One more. Thank you very much. Can you come with me?
Bravo. And Gene, you have to come back right away. Yeah. Okay, don't move. We're going to take a class photo, so that'll take a few minutes to mobilize. And what? Yes, it's the third day. It's day 3. Which means there's not much time left, and because there's not much time left, I think it's appropriate for me to say thank you before I forget to say thank you to all the people who should be said thank you to. Are the people from Context here? Lionel, Rebecca, who's here? No? Pass on my regards, my thank you, yes. Movable, how about Movable? These are our printers, our exceptional printers. These books, they're really fabulous. You see them on the entryway. They are a collection and wonderful keepsakes. Joe, Chris, not here. Yes? Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And I do want to remind you, you can get Amy's album, you can get the books by Diane Whalen, and you should. You really should. It's exceptional stuff, and you'll be happy you did. This is Base Camp, 40 Days on Everest by Diane Whelan. Yeah, I think I'll walk across the country. Where is Jean?
Right there.
Oh, okay.
I think we're just about set.
All right. Is that my chair? Okay, cool. I'll come around instead of jumping. Yeah. Hey, Jane. Yeah, come. Just before Gene is about to hit the shutter, I want all of you to do this. Okay? Can you do this? All right, hold that. Gene? Like this.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? Yeah. Hey, Miss Invalid, how are you?
Oh, I'm okay. I
Yeah.
look worse than it is.
Okay. All right, come on, like this. You ready, Gene? We're gonna give you the
incredible. Now, you're going to see all night long, you're going to see the same darn thing here. Now, here is a fine young tap dancer and a very attractive kid that Canadian comedy stars Wayne and Schuster of our show saw in Canada. He's Canadian. They sent him down to us. Here is Joe Hollingsworth. Let's have a fine hand for our Canadian.
My lords and my ladies, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You ever see somebody, as soon as you meet them, you know that they're going to touch your life? I met an old man once, and I never will forget him. I met him in the county jail down in New Orleans. Oh, Lord, I was down and out. And he said his name was Bojangles. And he danced a lick, and he whirled about, and he let go a laugh, he let go a laugh, and then just shook his clothes all around. Said he was in a dancing mood, and he did another step or two in worn-out shoes. Had himself some silvery hair, ragged shirt, and no baggy pants. Lord, he sure could do that old soft shoe. And he could jump so high. He jumped so high, and then just lightly touch down. Oh, Mr. Bojangles. Yeah, he sure could dance. Stay. He danced for those at minstrel shows and county fairs. throughout the South. And he spoke in tears how for 15 years his little dog and him, they traveled about. And then one day his dog up and died, just up and died. And you know, after 20 years, that old man still grieves. Now I dance every chance that I gets down at the honky-tonk. You know, for maybe drinks or tips. But most of my time I spends behind these red, white, and blue county bars. 'Cause you see, well, I drinks a bit. But there was a time, new suits and dancing shoes, and one day we'd be here, and the next day we may be anywhere. Oh, me and little Spotty, we seen it all. I wonder why it is that a dog don't get to live too long, but he still has to die old. Oh, I reckon it's just as well, 'cause I wouldn't want little Spotty to see me like I am now anyway. But you know what, mister? I sure do miss that old dog. Yeah, he shook his head. Said he shook his head. Then I heard someone say, please. Who there? Yeah, that's me. What you want? Oh. Thank you so much.
Pretty good, Joey. That's pretty good.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Not bad for a kid such as yourself. No, fantastic.
Thank you, Mr. Dog.
Wow. Thank you. One more, please.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Joey, I know what they all want to know, what I want to know.
What's that?
What's your fitness routine?
Clean living.
So, how old were you when you started dancing?
I started tap dancing. My mother took me to dance lessons at the Holloway Twins School of Dance when I was 3.5. And I took lessons from 3.5 till I was, let me think now, 9. But at 9 years old, I could do this. But Moses, I'm old now. I can't do that anymore.
I was going to say, it's pretty clear you can still do it at age...
81.
81. Amazing.
You know, that's the first time I ever got applause for being alive.
It's true, it's true, it's true. I wrote down all kinds of questions. I'm really curious. I've heard that you used to work with Fred Rogers,
Yes,
right?
yes, that was one of the great thrills of my life to work with that man. I worked with 3 men that were similar. They're cut from the same cloths. They were real Christian men. I don't mean the kind that say, give me, have you got, let me have. I mean the kind that do things from their heart and always give. and Fred Rogers, Ernie Combs, and Tennessee Ernie Ford. They were the three people. Fred Rogers, I was a dancing salesman on his show. It started in Canada, and it went from Canada to Pittsburgh. And when he started to move his show to Pittsburgh, he said to an artist, he said, there's going to be an opening. And he said, you should get a show together. And he did. And it was Ernie Combs, and it was Mr. Dress-Up Show. Yeah. And then I worked with Fred, and it was a story I have to tell you. I was in Pittsburgh, and he said, would you come to a premiere with me? Talk to the Animals, Rex Harris. It was a movie. So anyway, there was a bunch of children come running toward me, and I took my pen out, and I thought, well, I'll autograph these kids. And they passed me like a freight train passing a tramp. And they ran to Fred, and they were asking him questions. I got a new puppy dog, and I had a fight with my brother, but I didn't beat him up. And the little girl said, and another one said, because I remember what you said, Mr. Rogers, and I did this and I did that. It was just wonderful. And he was like a messiah. He just held her hand, put his hands on their heads, and he was so happy. Yeah, he was great.
Yeah, I don't know if you know, but there's going to be a Fred Rogers movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're about to make it starring Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
They couldn't get a better film in
They
there.
couldn't get a better person, because Tom Hanks will disappear and Fred Rogers will appear. He's that great an actor. Yeah, he's great. Tom Hanks.
I know what else they want to know and I want to know, and that is, what are you doing next?
Oh, I've been writing, because of Fred Rogers, I've been writing a lot of children's things. I wrote a film, an animated film called How I Got Santa Out of Jail. and we hope to do something with that. I wrote another one about a teddy bear with no toes, and I call him No Toes. And I've done a lot of writing, so there's some things that are going to come up later on. And I wrote a song called Canada, My Love. And I sang it for Pierre Trudeau, and we're hoping to get to sponsor it and have it sung for Justin Trudeau, because I have a letter from Pierre thanking me.
Cool. How cool.
Yeah.
Well, we all want to thank you for this exceptional performance, but before you go,
Yes.
What got Santa into jail?
Well, his daughter, Sweet Tooth, she had a sweet tooth, and Santa told her he said, no more candy, no more candy. And she ran away from home, and her pole magic disappeared, and she couldn't get back. And he finally found out that she was in Dippity-Doo, and he went to Dippity-Doo, and they had a thing in Dippity-Doo, the Mountie, Dippity Dan the Mountie Man. he had a thing about chopping wood, and so Santa somehow chopped wood on Sunday, and they threw him in jail.
Okay. Well, this is lovely. Joey, it was so nice of you to come
thank you
by.
so much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Joey lives in Hamilton. Yeah. It was splendid.
Mr. Hollingsworth, want to come
Joey,
here?
this way.
Would you want to
This
come
way.
with me?
Did we get our shot?
We are going to take a shot.
Did we get our shot? Yeah.
Didn't I take a shot of you guys?
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful. Sure. So when we were planning this session, I called the section I wrote on a piece of paper, I said, oddities, which my ever so polite staff immediately changed to unique and fascinating, which is true, of course. But what I wanted to highlight is the fact that amid all the turmoil of the world, all the tumult of the world, given all the sheer craziness of what's going on out there, and And as we heard yesterday, this ongoing massive disruption everywhere you turn, I thought that it was charming and it was healing, that there should be a man who carves musical instruments out of ice, meticulously, carefully, an entire symphony orchestra of instruments out of ice, plays them to great delight, and then has to carve them again the following year. Come out here and tell us about your wonderful, odd hobby. Tim, how are you?
Thank you. Thank you. Moses first encountered me at the EG conference last year, and I apologize, but I'm not going to tell the story about the snowball and the fountain of youth. But if you want to ask later, you're welcome. Okay, so today is the longest day of the year, the solstice, the height of summer. But I love winter. I really love winter. And I love winter so much that I invented for myself a career building snow and ice. It started as sculptures, turned into other things in the ski resorts of Colorado, at the fancy hotels there. Wait, we missed one. Let's try one here. No, we missed one. All right, there was a tent in that picture, and I lived in that tent up on the top of the mountains for 22 winters. And when I would come down into the village, ski down into the village, I would build these sculptures. And my sort of personal motivation was to expand the technical capabilities of what I thought ice could really do, snow and ice could do, and pushing the boundaries. Every time I would design a new sculpture, I would design it as if it looked like it maybe should fall down. And because that begins to, if you can't quite believe that it's there, its presence has to be dependent on some other thing, in this case, the lift of the wings. So that creates the illusion of that. And each time you learn a new technical trick, it allows you another beautiful artistic expression. Here's a suspended sculpture of the angel flock. Now, when we're building snow and ice sculptures, with snow, you usually start with a pyramid form shape, the snowman, because it's the safe thing. It's what we think is within the material's capabilities. In this case, I've taken that pyramid shaped and turned it upside down. This is up in the mountains in New Mexico, near my hometown, Taos, New Mexico. The arch, and of course, I really like to do them also in the wild places. It gets me a chance to go up and just be a wild man for a while. I lived up on the mountain here for about a week doing this one. I know you love moose in Canada. This was for the 2000 millennium change, Father Time, and the new baby millennium coming down out of the sky. Eventually, a musical theme began to present itself. And so in this sculpture, each of these figures is about the size of me. Now, my son was born 5 years ago, and I spent a lot of time imagining what he might look like as he was there in my wife's stomach, and so I made this sculpture. It's carved into a block of ice that's 3 meters high, 2 meters wide, about 1 meter thick. I carved in from the backside and hollowed out the space of the fetus, and then packed it with snow and water. So somewhere along the line, the question, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, and it went into musical directions. This guy builds guitars, and I was suggesting maybe it would be interesting if I built a sculpture of a giant violin, because I love the shape, sexy shape of a violin. And from his perspective, he wondered, gee, how's it going to sound? And that question, as soon as it popped into the air, just was a sinkhole, and it just swallowed the rest of my life. So I built that instrument. Here I am tightening the strings. Finally, after about a month of building, I'm tightening the strings. And I didn't know what I was doing. But in the tightening of the string, you're really breathing life into the ice form. And so I plucked on the wires. And boom, 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 I heard the sound come out of the inside, hollow inside of the instrument. And I was giddy like Dr. Frankenstein. Man, this is amazing, it's come to life. And I thought to myself, you know, if I tighten the strings a little tighter, it surely will be louder. And so it was. Boom! It blew up, fell to the ground in this pile of chips, and that was the end of that. But, you know, most great things begin in failure. I learned from that experience, and I built another one. This is the second one I built in my guitar-making friend. This one worked great. I built the ice a little thicker. I brought up the tension on the strings more slowly. I did a lot of bowing on the strings. Turns out the bowing sends vibrations through the whole body of the instrument, releases the tension in the ice, and allows you to bring it up to full tension without exploding. I spent about 2 weeks in the forest alone learning to play this giant instrument. I had no musical experience really before that. It was then I really got the vision of what ice music could be into the future. Since then, I have built 17 orchestras. Each orchestra is more complicated, more diverse instruments than the ones before it, and the whole progress keeps evolving. As you can see in here, the necks of the instruments are not made of ice. I learned right away that ice will not do all of the jobs that need to be accomplished in an instrument, so I began to incorporate other materials as were needed. And here you see primitive drums. In the background there is the first xylophone, and to the side are the first early versions of the flutes. So the building process begins, if you look just behind me there towards the back of the picture, you'll see an ice plate laying on a sheet of plastic. It's just that simple. I lay out plastic on a table. I come with snow and water, slush, and I just gob it down on the plate, on the plastic in the shape of the instrument, and it freezes overnight. The next day I pick it up and I begin to carve that as I'm doing here. The building of an orchestra is the assembling of all of these bodies, which are the instruments. It's all about size, shape, proportion, thickness, tension. Sometimes you're suspending the ice to free it from its own weight, etc. All of these things go into bringing the ice closer to a live thing. Here we go. Here I'm working with a dental instrument to smooth out the F-holes in this mandolin. And with a small chisel carving the curl here. Here you can see, now I've got a violin, or excuse me, a mandolin, and then a guitar. Behind that is a violin with the wall not yet grown in. And in the back is another guitar. You see there's a white stick in the middle of that violin which holds the neck out in place so that I'm not asking for the ice to hold the lengthwise tension of the strings, but the pressure downwards on the bridge. Here I'm doing the inner work of a cello. This is the center section of a violin. If you look closely, you can see that there are 1 million small bubbles inside that white ice material, which comes from its origin as snow, and those bubbles make it more flexible so that it can function. The thinnest parts of the orchestra are about 3 millimeters in thickness, which makes the instruments very fragile. And it's not that seldom that we lose an instrument in the middle of a concert. They'll just blow up. happens. You see on the violin on the bottom section, there's a plastic sheet near where the player would have it. It's the breath deflector. With the breath of the musician still upon it, even the breath of the musicians will melt the instruments. This is the center section of a cello, and you can see that the bridge is made of clear ice. The clear ice is molecule against molecule. It's a much stiffer material, so we have the options there. In 2003, I got an invitation to the Ice Hotel in the north of Sweden to build an orchestra for the Queen of Sweden's 60th birthday party. It was there I met my wife, Birgitta. She's an ice artist here in the front row, and she was there in the hotel building giant ice sculptures at the time I got there. Our son's name is Frost. You may have seen him around. I decided then that I thought it would be really cool to build a pipe organ. So I built this organ. The pipe organ, as you might imagine, is really the granddaddy of the instruments. It's a big, complicated thing. This one has 56 pipes. Turned out it sounded exactly like a pipe organ when you go into church. Fabulous, powerful sound, really beautiful, beautiful shape to the whole thing. Then came the day for the concert, and the audience walked in about an hour beforehand. It was, might have been 3- in the concert hall before they walked in. They were packed like sardines in there, and they just breathed. And they kept on breathing. Despite me asking, no, please stop. The temperature went from -3 probably to +12 or 15. And everything, all the ice began to melt. All of the tuning on the instruments went haywire. They were melting. The strings go down, the pipes go up. It was a disaster. Very humiliating experience. But that got me thinking that following summer, you know, maybe I need to design architecture to accommodate for this issue. And that's when I began to build my own concert halls. The design is kind of basic. The stage is at the lowest part above the audience. There are arched domes and ventilation holes in the top, and the heat just ushers itself out as if you just give it a hole somewhere to go. The concert halls, tell you what, now might be a nice time to start the soundtrack. This soundtrack we're going to listen to is recorded this winter in Italy by an Italian cellist and composer named Giovanni Sollima. I must say I'm very proud of the voice of the instrument, and we'll talk on as this goes on. Can you guys cue that up for us? The domes are built over these inflated balloons. You just blow snow at the balloon and spray it with water. It eventually grows over the top. You remove the balloon. There was one year in Italy we built a cathedral, 23 meters high, arched ceiling. The next generation of balloons will have these fluted ribs on the top of them so that they make that shape into the ceiling, much as you have the acoustic accommodation here in this concert hall. Here we're looking down into a one igloo concert hall, seats about 85 people. Now, the building of an orchestra, as I said, is, let me step back. Everywhere in the world, if there's water, there's life. It's amazing material. As soon as that water freezes, the life stops. As an artist, my dream is to give life to the ice. So I build the orchestra. Its proportions related to each other, its shapes, its thickness, its tension, its suspension, its percussion, all of this. When the musicians come in, you tighten the string, the thing comes to life. They begin to play. All of these various vibrations working together become beautiful music. And as an artist, Ice is just my medium. The subject of my intention is human hearts. To go in and inspire human hearts and elevate them. To just bring us up in an approach to the divine. This song you're hearing now, for me, is one of the highest accomplishments of that long progression towards the elevation of the human spirit. It comes up in a few minutes here, and you'll hear the guy. You'll just feel yourself just ascend upwards. And that, for me, is mission accomplished. I made a CD with this fella some number of years ago, same guy, and I called it Wish Granted, because it's exactly what I'm trying to accomplish through that, is what he's able to accomplish through his music. Here he is in his, this is the latest iteration of the ice travel around. He's inside of a plastic bubble. We made a tour in Italy this year, have a refrigeration system, a plastic bubble, some ventilation tubes, and so we made a tour around Italy. So I think I'll just shut up, let you listen for a minute, and hear what he does. Finished with the concert tour. After the last concert, we were in Palermo in Sicily, and we decided at the end we should make a sacrifice of this cello, a ceremonial sacrifice, and return it to the sea. You know, anytime a reporter talks to me, there's one question that they're super interested to ask, which is, doesn't it just break your heart when the thing dies at the end, when all of them melt and doesn't that just so much work, and then there's nothing left in the end? And I always say, you know, it's okay, it's gone. But I think the real thing involved with this is if we're willing to let the thing go, and this is with life, it's biblical, it's with the environment, our control over the environment, it's with ice music. If we're willing to let it go, it will come back. So we took this cello out on the sea in a little fishing boat, and we got out and we laid it in the water, and it floated on its back like Moses in his basket, and it drifted off into the sea, and eventually there was a hole melted through the bottom, and it filled with water, and the neck tipped up, and it sunk to the bottom of the sea like the Titanic. A couple minutes later, we see the ice pieces drifting up to the surface, and then just disappearing and melting away back into the sea. And I thought, well, that's cool. You know, that's great. I think I'm going to go for a swim. I just came from the north end of Sweden, and I'm in the Med, so I might as well go for a swim. Took off all my clothes, and I dove in the ocean. And after I came up from that baptism in the waters of the earth, from the sky there poured down a giant downpouring of hail. I'm not kidding you. We made our sacrifice, it was received, and the blessing was returned to us. Thank you. Moses coming out?
So how long did it take you to actually build a cello?
He wants to know how long it took to build a cello, and it takes about a week. The ice part takes about a week.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can I ask him a question now, Gene? It says here, Tim, that you've conducted ice music concerts every winter in locations in the United States, Italy, and Sweden,
Yeah.
not in Canada.
You know, you could open the door.
Yeah? I'd love to open the door.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's open this door.
Yeah.
Good. Eyes open.
Tim, what does it take?
You know, funding.
Yeah?
You open the door and I
Sure.
will walk through.
Okay.
You know, a couple of years ago, ice music had a lot of sort of starts and stops. I've built it in not only the instruments, but the entire personal organization, financial, everything. It has collapsed in 7 different locations in the world. So I'm kind of used to the life-death prospect. But a couple of years ago, I decided, you know, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna push anymore. I'm gonna wait for doors to open, and I will go through those doors when they open.
But you have a template. You could give me a clue of what's involved. There's a little town north of Toronto called Collingwood, and they have an ice sculpture competition.
Okay.
It's the heart of cottage country for Torontonians. There are nice ski hills up there.
Oh, good.
They have an annual Elvis festival, and they clearly need an annual ice music concert by Tim Leonard.
Great. Beginning of a conversation.
You will tell me what's involved.
Absolutely.
Okay?
Yeah.
That's
A
splendid.
beginning of a conversation.
That's splendid. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Tim. So it looks like a hobby, but it's his business, and his business is perfectly detailed replica miniatures. And the first time I met him, I'm talking about William Robertson, the next page in your book, I was looking at him, but he was showing a miniature, and my angle of attack was such that he seemed huge. He seemed like giant beanstalk, and there was this exceptional replica that worked perfectly in every possible detail with all its moving parts, and I was completely captivated. I wondered, how does this kind of occupation come to be? Can it be a living for a man of that size? And I convinced William to come out here and give us some of the answers. So this is William Robertson.
Thank you.
Great to see you here, William. Thank you so much.
See you. Yes, I build miniatures. I build miniatures of old things. And I've already messed this up. I'm going to go back. There. That's what I do. Anyway, I build miniatures of old things. But the unique thing is I do it the old way. In a sense, I joked with someone earlier today, I build toys for children over the age of 55 because by that time they've collected everything full-size they need to own, are starting to run out of space, and I can solve that problem. I think, 30 years ago, if there was such a conference like this, the people talking about AI would be the unique ones. Now someone like me that builds things with their hands with manual machines is the unique one. And this piece is an 18th century English gentleman's tool chest, and everything in it works, because there's no point of building things if they don't work. The saw has 160 teeth to the inch. I know you do metric, I tried to convert it, it didn't work. The plane can shave 1/10 of a millimeter off. And I actually use little planes like this in my work. And in a sense, I'm the opposite of the artist Claes Oldenburg, who takes everyday items and blows them up huge for the public. I take little obscure things and shrink them down to be viewed in private. And I do everything from furniture, roller skates, the mundane, the unusual, whatever intrigues me, but it has to work. Little skate key actually tightens these. We wonder why miniatures. You know, miniatures have been around since the beginning of time. Every culture has had miniatures. The museum next door has Egyptian miniatures, has Chinese miniatures. You know, there was the Renaissance. There were architectural models, Baroque jewelry, Fabergé, teaching tools, patent models. It's one of those things, you either get it or you don't. And I got it. Even at 11 years old, I was living in a land full of miniatures. And as Moses asked, how can someone like me make a living at this? It's about your background. I learned history from my great-grandmother. She went to watch Lincoln's funeral train go by. I grew up in Washington, D.C., and my parents would take me to the Smithsonian and drop me off, and that was my babysitter. When I was in school, instead of doing a book report, I hated to read when I was in school, I would build models. Here's a little Anne Frank's house I did in like the 7th grade, and a model of the dioramas from the trenches from World War I. And I had a workshop. It started when I was 9 years old in the corner of the basement, and it grew, and it grew, and it grew. And to me, having less than about 1,000 square foot workshop, I can't imagine that. I was the little kid that would drag home broken lawnmowers and radios and fix them and make them work. And by the time I was a teenager, I was dragging home cars. And I was the sort of street racer Bruce Springsteen sang about. And by the time I was 20, my parents' backyard was full of cars. And my father said, your mother wants a dollhouse for her grandchildren, and you are going to build it, or all your junk can get out of the backyard. So I built this dollhouse. I wanted nothing whatsoever to do with it. And as I kind of built that, I got a little interested, and I thought, it needs a little desk. And I knew nothing about furniture. And I decided I'm going to build a little desk. And this junk mail piece came in the mail with a picture of a desk. And I said, I'm going to build that desk. And I did build that desk. And people saw that desk, and they wanted those desks. So I started building them desks. And here at 21 years old, I was in the business of making little furniture. And the neat thing about this was it brought everything in my life to that point together. My love of small things, my love of history, and my love of building things. So I just kept building stuff. And here it is, over 41 years later, I'm still doing this. And my work is in public and private collections throughout the world. It's been a great job, if you could call it that, but I don't even think of it as a job. I have to give a great deal of thanks to my parents because they didn't make me go get a job. They're like, kid building this in the basement? Fine. And who knew, you know? And also the early collectors that supported my career and bought my things. You know, all artists need that justification, and you know, checks do very well at that. When I was in my mid-20s, I thought, you know, that little dollhouse I built for Mom, piece of junk. I'm going to build a real one. I also had this fictitious idea that you could build 2 of these. So it's named Twin Manors. I figure if you cut 1 piece of wood, you can cut 2. That doesn't quite work as easily. There's 1,000 pieces in this stairway. What you're looking at is a foot high, that big. It's about detail. I love detail. And the thing with miniatures, this is the drawing room. The thing with miniatures, a man looking at Queen Mary's dollhouse years ago said, in miniature, you can see so much more because you can see all of it in one eyeful. In a miniature room, you can see the floor, the wall, all 3 walls, the floor and the ceiling, all at one time. Whereas in a real room, you look there, you look there. It's different. You see more in miniatures. And in a sense, I can go back and create, you know, my great-grandmother's drawing room in physical 3D, not this digital stuff. You know, in a sense, miniaturists are control freaks. We can freeze time. The dishes never get dirty in this room. We just can freeze a moment, freeze anything we want. We can change anything we want. We can make it our way. I'm always asked, do you do miniatures for movies? And the answer is no, and I do not. Because in the movie world, if the camera's not going to see the left side, they don't build the left side of the thing. Not only do I build the left side, I build everything the way it's supposed to be built. So here's a little spice cabinet, and it's dovetailed. So I cut dovetails. The drawers are dovetailed. So I cut dovetails. Now these are all done by hand. The lock works, so I make microscopic parts to make the lock work. And when I'm all done, this piece is only 1.25 inches high, tiny. And no one sees most of that detail. But that doesn't matter to me. That's the way I have to build it. I have to do it the right way. People ask, what do you make these things out of? Well, if wood is wood, I use wood. I like to use old wood. This is a little Danish tea table, and it's a 400-year-old piece of yew wood. And I'm sometimes asked, they're like, I'm a cabinet maker, sort of, but I jokingly say I'm an environmentalist because no tree's ever been cut down because of me, because I only use 2 board feet of wood a year. But not only do I capture the grain of the wood, I also go to great lengths to capture the tool marks left by the original maker. And again, everything works. Here's an English architect's desk. You turn the little key and unlock the drawer. You pull it out, you slide the desk back. The top comes up, it latches into place. The candle stands come out, the little ink drawer. The casters, they swivel. It's details. The details matter. If I can see them, if I know about them, I have to copy them. You can't build something unless you know what you're building. So you have to do the research. A friend of mine once said, the research for a major model is equivalent of writing a master's thesis. And once I pulled together a booklet of about 800 pages, I didn't write them all, about the subject I was working on. In this case, this is an 18th century French spinning wheel. Not only do I have the original spinning wheel, that's not good enough. I went back to Bergeron's book of 1792, which the original maker of that spinning wheel probably would have used, and I used that. I make drawings. I do drawings the old-fashioned way. There's no CAD stuff in my house. I don't even know how that works. I made this in 2 different scales. I calculated out to 3 decimal points. However, I let my eye be the final judge. When I'm making something, it has to look right. The numbers have to be pretty close, but it has to look right. That's more important. And this little spinning wheel, this is the wheel. You can see it's the small one, smaller than a coin. There's 16 pieces in that wheel. The crank handle is screwed onto that steel shaft. It's a 0.3 millimeter thread. That's about 4 thicknesses of your human hair. And when it's done, here it is in both scales. A lot of people think, well, how can you even handle this and touch it? Aren't you nervous? Aren't you freaking out? And I'm not, because I don't have a real job. I'm at my calmest when I'm working on this because I don't work in the corporate world. I don't go to meetings. I don't write memos, and a lot of times I don't answer the phone. Here's an environment. I did this architect's classroom. It was institutional green. And I teased, this is in a museum, and I teased them they didn't have anything institutional green. Everything they had was so pretty. And an elderly man came up, was looking at this one day, and he said, this is the room I was taught in. This is it. This is amazing. And that was one of the proudest moments for me because this room doesn't exist. I designed it. I copied features from a lot of different rooms and put them all together into my room. Even things like the blackboard and the lessons on the plan are copied from old textbooks of the period that were in use. The tables, they go up and down, they tilt. Things like the wastebasket. There's 1,020 solder joints just in the wastebasket. When I made the first one, I thought the only people that could afford it might be NASA. And I figured out a better way. And that's the fun of this for me, is figuring out the better way, how to do this. So I made this crazy fixture, and I could solder these things together and keep them perfectly symmetrical and all that. And the whole idea is making tools and using tools. And, you know, all artists, they love their tools. I make miniatures of tools, and I collect antique tools. And for example, here's a 17th century hand vise. I liked it so much I made a miniature of it. But when I'm using something like this, and I actually use this stuff, and some of the museum people kind of freak out at that, because I don't wear little white gloves while I work, I figure when I'm done with it, they can have it. But, you know, when I'm using a vise like this, it speaks to me. To me, it's like a musician playing a Stradivarius violin. They're making art with art. And I get something from this. This whole collecting thing started when I was in my first year of building miniatures. I bought a watchmaker's tool catalog from the 1920s for $2. I wanted everything in it. I got everything in it. Little did I know that little $2 expense was going to cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars over the next 40 years, but it did. I amassed a huge antique tool collection. I now lend things to places like the Smithsonian. These are some machinist tools. You know, my workshop is a mixture of old and new tools, and we have to take new as kind of relative. The newest machine down here is from 1968. You don't see any computers. I never even take my iPad down there, and I don't carry a smartphone. I don't even have a smartphone. There's no CNC, there's no 3D printers, there's none of that stuff. To me, that stuff has no soul. I'm old school. And, you know, I'm so old school that when our National Park Service wanted to restore Thomas Edison and the Wright brothers' workshops, they hired me as a consultant to tell them about the tools, because I use the very same tools. And, you know, when I was a kid, I used to push my face against the windows at the museum looking at things, and now I'm very nice. They take them off display and hand them to me. These are some 300-year-old ivory turnings that I was playing with in Denmark. And they were done on a machine called a Rose engine. I had to have one. This one came out of Cartier's studio in Paris, was made in the 1830s. And I use these things. It's like a three-dimensional spirograph. It's a lot of fun. And with this, I made a wassail bowl, a glorified punch bowl. And it's very important to me, all this knowledge that I've gained, and by the way, I should say this, I'm a school dropout. College didn't work for me. But yet, if I want to read something in French, I taught myself French. If I want to know something, I will go to the ends of the earth to find out. Anyway, I share this knowledge by teaching. I teach a few classes around the world every year. And another thing, I'm watching my clock here too. I love boxes. And this is a little needlepoint casket my mother and I did years ago. She did the needlepoint and I did the box. There's all these drawers full of sewing accessories. That, by the way, is an inch long. Yeah, here's a little gold jewel box. And, you know, one of my rules about making things is each thing I make has to be better in some way than whatever I did before. Whether it's the technique, the piece, you've got to get better. You never stay the same. This is a reliquary box, bone and steel, working lock, this sort of thing. But people ask a lot of times, well, what's your favorite piece? My favorite piece is the next piece I make. The latest box I made, by the way, was this Dutch strong box. It's covered in marquetry, of which 80% of that is obscured by the fancy brass hinges. It took like 4 weeks just to assemble this after I made the parts. It's on a base by my friend Lloyd McCaffrey, and there's many other artists that do this, just a small handful at this level in the world, but there are others. And we all know each other, pretty much. But this chest opens up, you open the lock, and it's filled with secret compartments and drawers and things. The last piece I'm going to show you is a microscope. My niece thought it was a coffee maker. This is, it's made of pure gold in chagrin. It's 2 inches tall. It's a copy of Louis XV's microscope by Pesmont. The original's in the Metropolitan Museum. And it was made by a man known as a mécanicien. And a mécanicien is someone, it's an old French word, that combines mechanics, art, science, and engineering all into one. And that's, in a sense, what I do. And when I made this, I did the research and I realized that you can't polish pure gold. If you touch it, it goes flat. So I had to burnish it. And the old texts say you burnish it with the tooth of a wolf. I was fresh out of wolves. However, I saved my puppy's teeth as she wandered around the house losing them. And I put them on little handles and I burnished this with my little puppy's teeth. So this work is all very, very personal for me. And it comes from my heart. And anyway, really for the last 41 years, all I've done is make beautiful little objects to keep people's eyes happy. Thank you.
So,
this is a brave man with steady hands.
Just so you get a sense of the scale we're talking about, which is hard to do in the pictures, I thought I'd bring this out here for all of you to see. Can you get really close in on this?
And this will be out in the lobby afterwards.
Yes.
Can you get your head down behind it?
Yeah, but getting back up might be the problem. I'm of a certain age with knees, you know.
Don't leave them, Moses. Get them back up. Thank you. That's beautiful.
William, that's just extraordinary. And I have two questions. The time it takes to make, you've alluded to some of these pieces. You say they've taken them months and months and months. Can we do it in hours? Like, how many hours would that represent?
The architect's office, our classroom that you saw, was about 2,000 hours. The tool chest, which was similar to this one that I opened with, was close to 1,000 hours.
And you do this work yourself? There's no workshop, there are no
I
disciples.
do everything. I make my own screws, I make my own everything. I make the tools to make it, the cutters to grind the moldings, everything. So there's almost no outsourcing at all.
Exceptional. And getting back to the question of your livelihood, so what would it cost to buy
These
it?
pieces were actually made 20 and 30 years ago. It would be a fair statement that a lot of my nicer things, such as, let's say, a tool chest like this, would be the price of a car. Now, cars come in quite a range, so a simpler one would be the price of a more inexpensive car, up to, not a Maybach, but I wish, but a, you
Bentley,
know,
we're in the Bentley
not
range,
a Bentley,
no?
more than a Mercedes.
Mercedes.
So, yeah, so they run from tens of thousands to many tens of thousands.
And a final word. Who collects this? And
really
how
nice
many...
people. You know, one of the best things, and I really didn't get a chance to mention this, is the people that I've met over the years. They tend to be eccentric. They could be accused of that. They are fascinating people. They're collectors, and most of them collect many other things. I have clients that have collected, you know, Roman glass and dueling pistols and, you know, French Impressionists and miniature books, and you go to their homes and it's eye candy. It's just wonderful.
Do you insist on staying strictly in the 17th and 18th century period?
No, but mostly that's what I do. I only build things that are of interest to me. I had a client once call me and wanted me to make a piece that I thought was ugly. I said no. He wasn't used to being said no to, but I said, here, call my friend Pierre in France. He loves that kind of stuff. If I'm going to look at it for 6 months, I have to love it.
Have you ever made replica television sets?
No, I don't do technical. I don't do modern. I go backwards.
I have some pieces that go back to the 1920s.
That's
Are you going to be
new.
at our party tonight?
Yes, of course.
I'd like to show you my museum of television.
I'd love to see that.
And I'd love you to make, perhaps,
a small television.
Yeah.
Maybe, we will see. I joke sometimes. I grew up with mid-century modern furniture, and I joke that the last piece I'll probably make is a set of TV trays.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for
I don't want to do that.
Got it.
Okay.
So one thing leads to another, right? I started with a guy who makes musical instruments out of ice. Then I found this exceptional fellow. What a lovely life. Spend your time making these things. And that got me interested in miniatures. And to my surprise, I heard about this crazy gang of odd people right here in Toronto who make miniatures on an enormous scale. Think about that train set with the little topography and so on, and then imagine it on a big scale. Which leads me to our next speaker. Who is our next speaker? John, okay, that's great. Nice to see you again, John. So if you've been upstairs, have you had some traffic up there, John?
We've had some traffic. My job is to get the rest of you up there.
Good man, okay.
Thank you, Moses. So I'm here today to talk to you about building Canada in miniature. I have to pause for a second. There's been a lot of love professed on this stage over the last few days. Love of cryptocurrency, love of cannabis, love of cooking with cannabis. So I must pause and profess my love for Canada. I love Canada. And I better. And so I'll come back to that. We are building a miniature world for the 21st century. Almost the opposite of what you just saw, although boy, Bill couldn't have set up this fascination with miniatures any better. It is vast, it is incredibly detailed, and it is fully animated to bring this world to life. I want to pause again because this is an amazing opportunity. And I would like to thank Moses for the opportunity to be here with you. We work in miniatures, of course, all the time. So as a gift, we created an homage to Moses and his favorite automobile. Now, I think it is up on the balcony, but we may be able to bring it in here. There's this fascination with miniatures, which Bill set up so well, that is the world that we live in. And what we're creating is an experience of Canada that will be unique and compelling for residents and visitors to our great country. We have struggled to describe it, and even Moses pitching it for us, I can guarantee you have no sense of it until you actually walk into it. You really do need to see it to believe it. I can't bring it to you here today. At some point, we would love to have you all come into our world. But we've done what is hopefully will serve in the meantime. And we've created a video of the concept. And I'd like to run that now. Thank you.
The feeling is all around us. It lives in the balance of city and country, in the brilliant color of autumn leaves, in blue rivers with kayakers, in the gleam of city skyscrapers, in the bright lights of great sports stadiums, and the vibrant energy of city streets and markets. It's the feeling of the true North, strong and free. It's home. It amazed me, the physical and cultural diversity of this vast country. So much so that in 2011, I had a vision to bring all of Canada just a little bit closer. To build a place where people could see and experience our glorious country in one afternoon. A miniature adventure from coast to coast to coast. Welcome to our home and miniature land. Un endroit où sont célébrées les destinations fabuleuses ainsi que les cultures anciennes et modernes du Canada.
Building a country as big as Canada takes a lot of work. We're building an animated world on a scale that will pay tribute to Canada's vast geography and diversity. Our team of artists, architects, designers, and engineers have combined the craft of 19th century model making with 21st century technology. Our Toronto skyline has 30,000 LEDs and a 14-foot CN tower that has elevators and tiny edge walkers. every building, every vehicle, every person, it's all been designed to bring you Canada as you know it and as you've never seen it before.
So our goal is to build the next big attraction in Toronto. And we know we have something magical on our hands. A miniature world in Hamburg, Germany, attracted 1.3 million people last year. It's actually the #1 thing to do in Germany on TripAdvisor. From New York City to St. Petersburg, Russia, these miniature worlds are proving to be a giant success. Your investment will help us to launch in 2019. As a founding builder, you'll receive special access to our home in miniature land. You can also be part of our Builders Circle with a 3D version of you standing tall and proud at about 5 inches, this is me, in our lobby and on our website. We want to offer Canadians who share our passion for this amazing place the opportunity to be a part of our story, to own a little piece of this country they love.
I'm proud to say Canada is my home and the home of millions of people, each with their own story about what makes this country so great. At our home in miniature land, we want to tell that story 1,000 times, above and below, around each and every corner. An experience that will capture the wonder that is Canada.
I should just walk off the stage now. But I will say that's Jean-Louis Brennick-Meyer, who is our founder and an immigrant to Canada. And over the last 20 years, he has developed a true affection for moose. So you're right, Tim, we love moose. So there's 2 emotions. They're really at the core of, anchor the appeal of our miniature Canada. The first is passion for country. And Canadians, new and old, are they're really looking for ways to connect with what makes this country so special. We're going to provide them with that. And as you may have gotten a sense from Bill, there is a universal fascination with miniaturizing our known world. From our earliest days, it gives us a captivating perspective on the world that we live in. We're going to tap into that fascination by creating a journey of discovery through Canada's vast natural beauty and its rich cultural diversity. Our guests will start their journey at the border, of course, and after passing through the friendliest customs they'll ever experience, they'll hear the roar and then turn and see the roar of our thundering miniature Niagara Falls, 16 feet wide, that they'll be able to walk up into. From there, they'll be able to go east, travel west, or travel north to explore our Canada in the course of an afternoon. We're building an immersive miniature world with the sights, the lights, the sounds, and even the smells of the big world. Don't worry, it'll be good smells. Think maple syrup, sugar shack, those types of things. I want to show you a couple clips of the world that we're building.
In the top half.
Does anybody have to go to the bathroom? If I offended anybody, I feel the need to apologize. I'm sorry. Everything about us will be Canadian. So this is a first to market in Toronto and a first to market in Canada, but it is not new to the world. Our inspiration is a place called Miniature Wonderland in Hamburg, Germany. And you saw it in the video. 1.4 million visitors last year. The biggest museum in Hamburg gets 500,000 visitors a year, so it's 3 times. And Miniature Wonderland, if you actually search things to do, top things to do in Germany on TripAdvisor, this is what pops up. Miniature Wonderland is rated the #1 thing to do in Germany, ahead of all these other spectacular attractions. This is one of their experiences. Miniature Wonderland and the success there has created a growing global trend. From Russia to France, and last year to New York City, miniature worlds are popping up all over the world, and they're attracting hundreds of thousands of people, and they're in ratings as high as or higher than Ripley's Aquarium, which is the #1 rated attraction in Toronto. We're going to bring our Miniature Canada right to the heart of downtown Toronto, as accessible as possible to the residents of this country and to visitors of this country. It's a big, growing market, and it's underserved for attractions. Anybody who's tried to take their kids down to Ripley's Aquarium on a Saturday afternoon and survive the crushing experience would know there's not enough stuff to do in this city. So we're happy to bring something like this into Toronto. This is a unique investment, and I will shamelessly now ask for your money. We're building a growing community of investors who share our passion for Canada, and we're almost there. And when we finish this capital raise, we will then move towards a launch. So if you'd like to be a part of this, if something in this moves you, please come and talk to us on the balcony at the break, or send us an email at info@miniatureland.ca. We'd love to talk to you. It's Canada Day, so there is no time like now. It's just around the corner. No time like now to join us, come and be a part of something small. Thank you.
I want to say that I answered the call. I'm going to be an investor. It's irresistible, really. You get yourself put in this tableau, and we're not talking about huge money. I mean, what would be
we take $1,000.
$1,000?
We'll take 50,000. We'll take 100,000.
Right. But they can get in for $1,000?
$1,000.
Does that include a little effigy?
Yeah, so I shout out to Selftrits, the team at Selftrits who introduced us to Moses, and those 3D printed figures that you saw up on the screen, they're going to be a huge part of our attraction, and our investors will get put anywhere you want in our miniature world and in our lobby. So, we're going to create a builder's circle with you or a person of your choice, 5 inches tall, celebrating the people who've helped us build what we think will be an amazing place.
When I made my visit out there, they were out in Mississauga.
So we have taken donations, but we would much rather you give us your money and become a vested part of what we're building. And we will give you shares in return, of course.
Yeah, I was going to say that when I went out to visit the first time, it didn't take me long. I looked at it, I walked around, I said, I'm in. I do have one small request, and that is, could you put my Jaguar into the tableau? And
we do great with small requests, and so here it is.
That's so splendid, thank you.
Oh now, if you zoom in, you will see it is Moses' Jaguar because the license plate matches.
Yeah, no, it's an XK120 drop head coupe, 1954 Jaguar.
Oh, Moses.
Isn't that splendid?
That is amazing.
Yeah. So get yourself into miniature land. Really, you won't regret it. Thank you so much, John.
Thank you, Moses.
Move back.
This is great. Okay, let's see. We're looking good.
A little higher.
Yeah.
Yeah, get it in frame.
That is beautiful. Oh, yeah. And it's miniature.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Moses.
John.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I could live in Bill's twin manor and drive my little Jaguar. And wasn't there a movie just recently about how to deal with the rising cost of living by, yeah, there's a thought. Okay, what are we going to do now? Daria, it's time for the break? Oh, yes. Do I have to call? Yeah. Yes. All right, I have to call for Bob Bloomer. Where is Bob Bloomer?
He's right there.
Bob has some props that are on their way.
Okay. Bob will explain himself.
Oh, sure. Bob's going to introduce himself. Well, how do you do? My name is Bob Bloomer. I've had the good fortune of creating and hosting 3 shows on the Food Network. I've written a few cookbooks, broken 7 food-related Guinness World Records, yet still somehow a disappointment to my mother.
You've appeared at IdeaCity a couple times.
I have appeared at IdeaCity, thanks to Moses,
and
twice.
your mom appreciates that. I know,
Well,
she told me so.
She told you so. That would be pretty difficult, but I'll explain that later. All right, well, before I start, I do have a small confession to make, and I'd appreciate it if you keep it within this room. You know, it's very true what they say behind my back about my cooking. It's garbage. I mean, it's just garbage. We'll get to that in a minute. But first, after my minions have finished setting this up, I'd like to start with a few top-line facts about food waste. And I'm sure you've all heard these before, and I'm sure if you're like me, you're even kind of numbed to them. But let's just recap these quickly. Hunger and food insecurity is not about a lack of food. The world produces more than enough food to nourish every human being on the planet. So why are people still hungry? Well, more than a third of all the food produced each year is spoiled or squandered at various points along the food chain. And what happens with all this garbage? The wasted food clogs up landfills, drains all sorts of natural resources that are required to produce and transport it, and creates huge amounts of greenhouse gases. So, that's the problem. What can people like you and me do to have an impact, to make real change? Well, first of all, 25% of all the food that is produced by farmers, grown by farmers, is plowed under or thrown out before it ever gets to market. That's because it's considered to be aesthetically imperfect, though as we all know, it's perfectly good to eat. So who here in this room is willing to meet me next Friday morning at Queen's Park to lobby our politicians to see if they'll mandate that every single grocery store in this country dedicates at least one section of their produce section to the so-called ugly fruits and vegetables? Well, I count about lots of applause, but I see about 6 hands who are willing to join me at Queen's Park. I think one of them might be my father-in-law, so we're down to 5. Okay, here's another problem. The use-by and sell-by dates that manufacturers use on all sorts of food products are incredibly confusing, and they cost consumers a lot of money because they end up throwing out all sorts of good food that they think is bad. So who here will dedicate a week of their life to join me and write a white paper that will help change the standards and practices of how our food is labeled? Moses, this is a tough crowd. Okay, I got one more for you. Consumers, so people just like me and you, throw out twice as much good food as all the food manufacturers and retailers combined. That's a lot of good food that's being thrown into the garbage. So, one more time, hands up. Who here in this room is willing to dedicate 1 or 2 minutes a day, not at Queen's Park, not in an office building, but in the comfort of your own kitchen, just working to reduce the amount of good food that you throw in the garbage? Ah, that's more like it. Excellent. Well, what I would like to do is show you how you can rescue all sorts of good food from your own kitchen. And here's how we're going to start. These are the contents of a typical kitchen trash. Maybe garbage to you, but to me, I see a world of possibility. So let's see what we can do here. First of all, this cauliflower, clearly it's been thrown out because it's starting to blacken. But there's all sorts of great vitamins and minerals, nutrients left in this. All you need to do is take off the bad part. I'm going to chop this up a little bit and toss it in our food processor. By the way, here's our mission. You know the term garbage pizza? You familiar with that? It's an old school term, and it describes a pizza that has everything on it but the kitchen sink. And so today what we're going to do is we're actually going to use all of this garbage, and we're going to make a different kind of garbage pizza. So Cauliflower is going into the food processor. Now, if I just buzz this a couple times in the food processor, I could add this cauliflower to some rice, serve it to my kids, if I had any, and trick them into eating vegetables they didn't even know they were eating. Now look at this. This potato, obviously thrown out because it's starting to spud, but it's still good. If it's not green, it's still good. So we're going to rough chop it and add it to the food processor. We're starting with our crust for our pizza. So, give this a little bit of a whirl. Don't do this at home, you'll void the warranty. Now, we're making a crust. We don't want too much moisture in our crust. Maybe if you came over to this side, maybe over here, if you don't mind, that would be great. So, and that's a good spot for you to live. So we want to wring out some of the extra moisture. It's really simple. But of course, you don't want to throw that out because you're trying to rescue food, not waste it. So that's potatoes and cauliflower with some nice starch in it. You could add that to some risotto. You could add it to a vegetable stock. Plenty of things to do with it. So why would anybody throw out good eggs? Ah, look at that. We're a week past the use-by date. But you know what? Eggs are usually good for about a month after the use-by date. There's a super simple test. You put it in some water. If it stands straight up or floats on its side, it's perfectly good. If it's on its side but on the bottom, it's perfectly good. If it floats to the top, that's when you know it's really rotten. Clearly, these eggs are both perfectly good. Now, look at that. Empty bag of flour. But is it? There's always a little bit of flour left in a flour bag. What else do we need? Well, let's take a little bit of this cheese. It's been thrown out because clearly it's starting to harden there. But there's still some life left in it. So we'll take a bit of this cheese, add this in, and now we're going to mix it all up. And this is going to provide us with our crust. If you have any friends who are gluten-free, this is a great crust to make them for your pizza. Just leave out the flour. You could add a little bit of cornmeal if you wanted. Now, set this down. What else have I got here? I need to grease my my sheet pan here. A little bit of dregs of some butter. So, pat this down. Put it in a 450-degree oven for about 15 minutes. And in the middle of it, you can either flip it over or just simply turn on the broiler at the end. Okay. Now, we need some toppings. Toppings for our pizza. What do we got here? Well, there's some asparagus stalks. You know, I'm as guilty as every chef and cookbook author in telling people that you take your asparagus, you bend it, and you take the top part and you throw out the rest of it. But the truth is, this part of the asparagus is perfectly fine. And if you just slice it into small little rings like this, it'll keep it as tender as you need it to be. You don't even need to peel it with a vegetable peeler, but you're welcome to do that if you want. I need some oil for my pan. Look at this. Artichoke halves. Somebody has taken all the grilled artichoke halves out of this jar, but left the oil in that it's packed in. That's just very wasteful. Okay, so we've rescued that. I've got my asparagus. We've all done this, haven't we? And you know what? You're not going to save the world by rescuing this one little bit of red bell pepper, but how you do the little things is how you do everything. And that's just a good mantra to have. I didn't write it. Someone else much smarter than I did. But as you can see, we can add just a nice little bit of color, a little bit of sweetness. What else have we got here? Ah, look at that. Swiss chard stems. I used to throw them out until I discovered they're really tasty. That's another thing. If you just slice these in small bits like this, you could put this in minestrone soup. You could put it in salads. It's fantastic. And really, I'm still getting the flavor there. Something else that, again, I'm guilty of when I write recipes, take your leek. What does this recipe always say? Use the bottom third, the white part, but the rest of it still got a lot of flavor. And if you just slice it like that, maybe take off the couple of outside bits, there is tons of great mild onion flavor in here. What else can we find? Mushroom stems. Same thing, mushroom stems. These are great in omelets. You just saute them a bit, give them some nice brown, and then you can put them in all sorts of things. Oh, and lastly, here we go. The carcass of a rotisserie chicken. You know what? I have never met a rotisserie chicken carcass that I couldn't find at least 1/2 a cup of chicken on. And then when you've picked your carcass, picked every bit of meat off it, please, please, please don't throw it out. Put it in your freezer in a plastic bag, and when you get 3 or 4 of them, pull it out, find some tired carrots, onions, and celery in the bottom of your fridge, and make yourself a glorious stock. I mean, first of all, you're rescuing food, you're saving hard-earned cash dollars, and you're making a stock that's infinitely better than that chicken-flavored dishwater that the soup companies will sell you. All right. Now, we need a sauce. And I don't see any tomatoes up here, so let's see if we can make ourselves a pesto sauce. I don't see any beautiful basil either, but look, all sorts of greens here. Some celery tops. You could also use these in salads, in bean salads with quinoa. This is fennel. Fennel fronds, or fawns, actually will last in your fridge for a couple of weeks. They're great for garnishing. You can use them anywhere that you use fresh dill. I've even got some radish tops. They're not all great, but there's a few of them that are still good. Let's take these. Now, we need peanuts, right, for our pesto. Don't see any nuts or nuts of any kind. But look at that. There's some organic peanut butter made from nuts. There's always a little bit of peanut butter around the outside of that jar. So, we'll save that. Oh, look at this. That garlic head, that clove started to sprout. Clearly, that's why someone threw it out. But it's still just as good as it ever was. Maybe a little milder. The sprout itself is not going to hurt you, I promise you. Now, last 2 things, we need some olive oil, but we don't have any olive oil. Except that we have sun-dried tomatoes packed in olive oil. Tomatoes themselves are gone, but this oil is perfectly good. You could also use that in salad dressings, to drizzle on bruschetta. In fact, it's even better than olive oil because it's got all sorts of flavor in it. Some Parmesan. There's a Parmesan ride. No Italian nonni would throw that out. They put it in soups. They put it in some beans as they're cooking. So, there we go. And so let's just give this a quick whirl. Haha, easier said than done. Now, Moses, do you like pesto?
Me?
Do you like pesto?
What's pesto?
What's pesto? Moses, come on. You're killing me. It's a little more of that oil. Okay. So let's start by tasting a store-bought pesto, if you will.
Okay. Just straight?
Yeah, just a little taste.
Oh.
What do you think of it?
No.
It's all right.
What's in that?
Well, you know what? Store-bought pesto has most of the things that a homemade pesto would have, but it also has a lot more vinegar because they need to preserve it, right? You can taste that, can't you? Now, we've just made a garbage pesto. Taste that, if you will. Go for it. It's good. I promise. What do you think?
Better than that other stuff.
Damn, yes! Right out of the trash! All right. So, thank you.
May I retire?
Yes, you may. So, here's our crust. Got a good look at that? That's 15 minutes. Let's put down our pesto. Come on, that's looking good, isn't it? Our toppings. There we go. Now we need to rescue a little more cheese from here. Here's a bit of cheese with some mold on it, but if I just take that last moldy bit off, use some of this. And what else? Oh, people throw out all sorts of cheese. It's crazy. Here's a bit of a goat cheese. You can see there. You can see that it's a bit stale. You know, but this just got thrown in the garbage. Wouldn't see that happening at my house. So there we go. Now, back in the Easy Bake Oven. You know, if you've ever watched Cooking on the Food Network, you know that it's not much different from professional wrestling. You gotta go with it. So the crust was about 15 minutes in the oven, and now we're gonna cook this for about 5 more minutes, but not really because there's 39 seconds on the clock. But there is your pizza. Whoa, hot! Made entirely from ingredients you can rescue from your own refrigerator, from your counters, from everywhere else. So just remember this, with a little practice, a little determination, and a little commitment, someday your cooking too can be garbage. Thank you. Here we are. How was the pesto really?
It was okay, yeah.
Whoa!
Hey, no, that's a rave review.
Oh, okay.
We're Canadian,
You're
remember?
tough.
No. When a Canadian is enthusiastic,
it's okay.
He says it's okay. Or he says, not bad. But if he's really like over the top, Margaret Atwood says, if he's really over the top crazy, he says, not bad at all.
The ultimate compliment.
That was it, baby. Let's go get a photo. Whoa!
yesterday and today, our theater's been jammed with newspapermen and hundreds of photographers from all over the nation, and these veterans agree with me that the city never has witnessed the excitement stirred by these youngsters from Mississauga who call themselves the Dreamboats. Now, tonight, you're going to twice be entertained by them. Right now, and again in the second half of our show. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dreamboats!
It's got a backbeat, you can't lose it. Any old time you choose it. It's gotta be rock and roll music. If you wanna dance with me, if you wanna dance with me.
Walking no kick against modern jazz, unless you're trying to bring it to the face. It was the beauty of a melody until it sounds just like a symphony.
So keep playing that rock and roll music. Any old way you choose it. It's got a backbeat, you can't lose it. Any old time you choose it. It's gotta be rock and roll music. If you wanna dance with me, if you wanna dance with me.
What's up my life right across the tracks to hear my man play a wedding sax. I must admit it was a rocking band. Now they were blowing like a hurricane.
And they were playing their rock and roll music. Any old way you choose it. It's got a backbeat, you can't lose it. Any old time you choose it. It's gotta be rock and roll music. If you wanna dance with me, if you wanna dance with me.
Way down south they had a jubilee. Now Georgia Cass they had a jamboree. They drink it home from a wooden cup. We saw the boys, we got all sugar.
So keep playing that rock and roll music. Any old way you choose it. It's got a backbeat, you can't lose it. Any old time you choose it. It's gotta be rock and roll music. If you wanna dance with me, if you wanna dance with me.
I'm in the mood to hear a congo. It's way too early for a mambo. I ain't enough of that song though. So keep on rocking that piano.
Just give me that rock and roll music. Any old way you choose it. It's got a backbeat, you can't lose it. Any old time you choose it. It's gotta be rock and roll music. If you wanna dance with me, if you wanna dance with me. Cha-cha-cha.
Wow, thanks everyone. We are the Dreamboats. We're from Mississauga. You guys having a good time here at IdeaCity today or what? Woo. We're having a great time turning these red suits into dark red by the end of this.
Soon enough. Thanks again for having us, guys. This year has been, and last has been an awesome one for us, and we had the opportunity of performing at a few of our heroes' places, I guess you can say. One back in February was Elvis's house out in Palm Spring West. And last week, we had the opportunity of performing at Ronnie Hawkins' barn and recorded a little album. So, yes.
You guys know Ronnie Hawkins?
You guys know Ronnie Hawkins?
Yeah. He's a big inspiration of ours. He brought rock and roll to Canada, and it was an honor to perform in his barn. And we recorded a few songs, and this was one of them.
Amongst many other great artists in his barn. And this is one that we recorded. We're going to get right to it. This song is called 40 Days, made popular by Ronnie Hawkins. Here we go. I'm gonna give you 40 days to get back home. Call up a gypsy woman on the telephone. Send out the worldwide hoodoo that will be the very thing that I should do. I'm gonna sing to the beat back home in 40 days. 40 days. 40 days. 40 days. 40 days. I'm gonna sing to the beat back home in 40 days. 40 days. Well, I'm gonna send out the worldwide hoodoo that will be the very thing that I should do. I'm gonna sing to the beat back home in 40 days. 40 days. I talked to the Georgian private early this morning. And they took me to the sheriff's office to sign a warrant. I'm gonna for charging again. That'll be the very thing that I said you. I'm gonna send you to be back home in 40 days. 40 days. 40 days. 40 days. I'm gonna send you to be back home in 40 days. gonna send you to be back home in 40 days. 40 days. You to be back home in 40 days. 40 days. Well, I'm gonna send out the worldwide hoodoo, the beautiful everything that I should do. I'm gonna send you to be back home in 40 days. 40
days. All right. Whew. Thank you so very much. Again, we are called the Dreamboats. We're from right here in the GTA. We're from Mississauga. And one thing that we take pride in ourselves is bringing back good old-fashioned rock and roll. So not only do we cover the songs of the era, but we're actually writing our own songs that fit from that time, but with modern lyrics and a modern production. And this is one of those songs. It's called Runaway. This song was also just featured in a trailer for a Hollywood film. If you go to the theaters here in Canada, you'll see it. It's for a film called Under the Silver Lake.
Starring Andrew Garfield.
When I see the times have changed and rearranged and misconstrued, run away, I'll run away with you. When I'm back, is a shooting star is mine to wish on to. When symphonies ring through my hair and make my eyes tear too. When I smell the rain on a summer day makes everything new. I run away, I'll run away with you. Yeah, you got me running, baby. When the days are getting short and you're just trying to make do. When circumstances slim your chance, I'm looking forward to a bit of hope to lose control. I'm able to go through. Run away, I'll run away with you. I'll run away, I'll run away with you. I'll run away with you. Yeah!
Ooh, when we dance and make romance, just us two in a room. With dizzy spans have overwhelmed us before our night is through. As we embrace and we celebrate the light of a full moon. Let's run away, let's run away, me and you. Oh yeah. Right.
Splendid. Okay, these guys play the real rock and roll. And there are many, many pleasures that await you tonight at the party because the Dreamboats will appear again there. Thank you, guys. We're going to get together for that picture.
Bring it in, guys. Of course. Oh, fabulous.
Hey, hey.
Yo, thank you. Oh,
Oh.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. Oh, wait. Red suits, pink hats. Try it on.
How do I look, everyone?
UT.
red hot.
All right, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and there's another reason for you to stay where you are, despite the fact that it is Friday afternoon at 4:30, and that is the giveaways are still to come, and our great closing session is still to come. But first, to introduce that session, we're going to have Terry Mosier come on stage. Terry Mosier Aislinn holds the world's record for appearances at IdeaCity. And the reason is, well, he's going to tell you what his business is. It's satire, and there's a never-ending and endless stream of things to satirize. Winston Churchill, apparently, while composing what turned out to be a long, long letter, apologized in that letter. He said, I'm sorry that I'm writing this long, long letter. I haven't got the time to make it short. And what he was referring to was the art of compression, the art of getting it down, no matter how complex, to a few clear, crisp ideas and statements. So imagine the challenge for a political cartoonist who's got to get it down not only to a few statements and a few ideas, but down to a single frame. And in that frame, he has to allude to the hard reality, which is the source of the cartoon, and then whack it hard with a punchline. And then he's got to do that every day. That's Terry Mosier. That's Aislinn.
She's great. Ronnie Hawkins and the Hawks? God, you remember that?
Yeah.
Early 60s, Queen
Yes,
Street?
yes.
Something. I want those guys to play at my wake.
Music was any good.
Nice to see you all again. Thank you, Moses, for having me. I like the way he put that about the business, and I'm going to show you a lot of examples of that. But first of all, forward, sweetie. Forward on this?
Oh, the green button.
The green button. Okay, big green button. Made for old guys. Great. Okay. Hey, congratulations, Canada.
You see it over there?
Yeah, I do. All right. Now, Dan Murphy appeared here in 2015, and he rocked the place. Cartoonist from Vancouver. He now lives in Ireland. He drew this yesterday and sent it to us today to greet IdeaCity. So there you go. A nice thing to do. But while we're at it, listen, why don't we build a wall, right? Everybody for that? this appeared in the Gazette after Donald Trump had certain things to say about Canada. And I drew the cartoon. It appeared, and it was one of the first cartoons ever where I got unanimous approval on the cartoon from readers. And they said, yeah, let's build a wall. But the cleverest, most Canadian one was the response. A woman said, no, let's build a hedge. A 4,500-mile hedge on the border, and we'll show our Canadian peak by only clipping the Canadian side. We see cartoons everywhere. This is my banana at breakfast, you know? And there's a real tradition of that. It goes a long way back. This is from the 1500s, and a crazy Italian painter who painted fruit to create, you know, these wonderful caricatures. He was one of the original painter caricaturists, if you will. I don't have my notes, so I can't give you his name, but check with me after. In any case, but it still goes on. I found this on the internet the other day. Wonderful thing. And so much, the point of my talk is that that's where we're going. There's so much great graphic humor on the internet. This is a typical sort of cartoonist office, a laugh a minute kind of factory. Appeared in the New Yorker with a dog in the corner. Then half a world away, Kathy Wilcox in Australia drew her typical, oh, look at this. Hey, I'm already married. Otherwise, this is great. Yeah, and so she's got there, and she's got her little dog too. But she's got her reference boxes in the back, and I love this. She has cheat boxes, we call them, with references for cartoons. Things like hats, noses, puns, eyebrows, pigs, little old ladies, and stuff that young people say. And that's where I think she got this cartoon, a brilliant thing. Scrabble, the next generation. And she can really tardy, too. She's wonderful. I mean, women get a big kick out of this next one. The technology, of course, is very expensive to draw cartoons. The pencil costs $2. You know, the notepad costs maybe $4. And then all you need is an idea and you're in business. Now, this was drawn by Rob Rogers. Rob Rogers was the cartoonist at the Pittsburgh Post, whatever it is. And he was fired because he was not sort of falling in line with the editor's point of view on Donald Trump. The editor, by the way, boasted about the fact that he had ridden on Donald Trump's campaign plane in 2016, so you understand what he was dealing with. It backfired because suddenly the whole community got up in arms that Rob Rogers wasn't appearing in the Pittsburgh paper as he had for 25 years. Even the mayor, who had been a target of Rogers, got upset and said, they really should be holding on to him. Then it hit the national news. He was on CNN talking about all this. The New York Times got in touch and asked him if he would like to write an opinion piece, which he did. Now, the editors had claimed that he was too angry. I don't think he's angry. I think this is sort of close to reality. He's drawn, the president sort of holding back little children with the refugees. So he's online now. You'll find Rob Rogers online, continuing to supply cartoons. Look him up and follow him, because that's what he really needs. That's the kind of support he needs. He's not alone. I mean, here's another Dan Murphy. So it's going on, another Dan Murphy here. I love this one. Animals were the first thing that humanity drew. You know, you think of the Lascaux and Altemeyer and the cave paintings. And we still do it today, because, my editors pondered this very carefully, whether to print this. I drew this a year ago, and they said, wow, you've really gone overboard on this one, Terry. I don't know. But they printed it anyway, and there was reaction, like, you've gone too far. This is the President of the United States. I was just ahead of the curve. Here's New York Magazine a couple of months ago. Ann Telness, the most brilliant spokesman for cartooning today in the United States, she's drawing him as a pig now also. And then another cartoonist caught onto this, and he drew Trump as a pig, saying to Ann Telness, you're treating me badly, shut up and get back into the kitchen, or something. My favorite, perhaps, cartoon is by Clay Bennett. Uncle Sam, you know, during the countdown of the presidency. And Bruce McKinnon the other day in Halifax, a Canadian, a brilliant cartoon of the meeting, of course. Now, Serge Chapleau is the best-known Quebec cartoonist, and here he is on Trump. We were delighted the other day that both of us got honorary doctorates from Concordia University. But the fact they recognized us in tandem was really, really quite something, and we're very pleased about that. And in my my speech, I did a Robert De Niro imitation. You remember that? Did any of you see that? Well, he said some naughty things about Mr. Trump. And it was a long ceremony, and Serge at one point asked me, he said, you know, you think, Terry, maybe we could smoke a joint? I said, you have to wait a bit. The point is, it's a wonderful, any graduation you've been to, it's a wonderful thing with all these 600 kids getting their certificates after working so hard. And Serge said to me, what if one of these kids in arts and journalism wanted to be a cartoonist? What would you tell them? And that got me thinking about what I would tell them, and it got me thinking about maybe this is what I should present at IdeaCity. I would first show them a number of my cartoons. This is the former mayor of Montreal, Denis Coderre, explaining how these work. He tried to ban dogs. Coderre is gone and the dogs are still there. Bill Clinton playing with his saxophone. Pauline Marois doing a Miley Cyrus. And Justin Trudeau returning triumphantly from India. Other Canadians, Sue Dewar, on the melting of the Arctic. Brian Gable in the Globe and Mail, a beaver celebrating on Canada Day, having a beer and waving a flag, but not a big flag, you know, like a decent-sized Canadian flag. And we're not always funny. Here's Bruce McKinnon again on the tragedy with the bus in Humboldt, Saskatchewan. And so all of these cartoons I've shown you have no words. In other words, it travels if you can come up with a brilliant cartoon that can be understood here, there, and everywhere. And I'm going to show you a number of others. Another guy I want to mention, I miss him. He used to appear in the Globe and Mail, Tony Jenkins. He did these brilliant caricatures of all our dominant Canadians. You know, here you have Neil Young, Leonard Cohen, Joni Mitchell, and this guy, I don't know who he is. Anyway, Tony's retired, but I think he's one of the greatest caricatures in the world. Tony, stand up, will you? There you go. Another great one is Anita Kuntz, who's often here at IdeaCity. She's off trying to mail a painting somewhere, but this painting just sums it up. You know, the women, how they found themselves before the hashtag #MeToo, and thankfully things began to come out on this. But it's a brilliant cartoon with no words. So what do I tell kids about the possibility of making a living? Well, there are spectacular success stories. Banksy, right? I mean, he went from being this street artist, and now a print was stolen the other day worth $45,000. It's all very suspicious, but nevertheless, the guy he found a way to get out there and express himself, and love him or hate him, he's world famous with these really terrific caricatures. You know, portraying the establishment and all sorts of things. Brilliant stuff. This is in Russia, a drawing of Hitler, you think at first, and then take a careful look. And we laugh at our own world, too. A painting of Jackson Pollock's patient cleaning lady. All over the world, these things are getting done. Hold on just a second. Just adjust something a little bit here. There we go. That's better. Look at this. A Uruguayan cartoonist on the silent tsunami of hunger. A cartoonist in Malaysia surfing on all these sort of plastic bottles in the sea. A Cuban cartoon. Now remember, these are from all over the world, these people doing these brilliant things. We need to see more of these, and we're going to see them on the internet. The top cartoonist in Cuba, his name is Eddie's. Here, his image of a hand in a digital age. Another Cuban, Bolahan, one of the most famous of us in the world today, got around Cuba by moving to Mexico, where he could ply his trade and there's a lot more freedom. I could give you a whole talk on the business of cartooning in Cuba, Iran, China. There is very good cartooning going on there. They just can't cartoon their leaders, but it's a whole other discussion. Maybe in another 5 years, who knows? Here his Bolahan's take on technology. Brilliant thing, a computer just slyly eating an encyclopedia. A Turkish cartoonist by the name of Arslan on the never-ending worldwide plight of the refugees. Ignat, a very well-known cartoons on poverty. Again, gorgeous thing, gorgeous drawing. Pierski in Poland on the emerging control of matters by women. Thank God, you know. Please take over, please. Ilya Katz in Israel on everyone's ordinary struggle. So many powerful images on the plight of the ordinary person that are immediately understood anywhere. Look at this guy. This guy is a delight. I wish we had him here. He's one of the most astonishing caricaturists in the world. His name is David Rowe, and he works in Australia. Here he's drawn the Rolling Stones giving a concert with some middle-aged woman throwing their bloomers on the stage. And every subject you can think of that's of concern, cartoonists are drawing these, making these comments on. The World Cup. I mean, a game for the World Cup. Now, one cartoonist I want you showing is a Polish illustrator. I hope I've got his name right. Paul Kozinski. Cleverly uses satire to portray today's social, political, and cultural reality. He's received a record number of awards in international competitions. You can order his posters in high-quality posters. And he's a cartoonist who's making a living without having to answer to the man. He's living offline. And that's where that's what I would tell young cartoonists. That's where you've got to go. You've got to find your way. And keep your cartoons as most simple as possible. Pictures are clearer than words. And satirical pictures are so much clearer than satirical words that often don't travel all that well. Translating humor is one of the most difficult of literary professions. On the other hand, this is instantly understood from Tanzania to Tokyo. Brilliant piece of work. Wiley, who draws Non Sequitur, the comic strip, once drew this in frustration, dealing with editors. So here's have we got it here? Oh, back. Cartoonist with the editor. Young cartoonists will have to find their own way around the left and the humorless politically correct and the manipulative right-wingers as summed up by the editors and publishers of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. And in this final suggestive cartoon by our very own Michael Dieter, we have to defy the dictates of rabid religious groups as happened in Denmark and Charlie Hebdo. As Robert De Niro said, well, 5 seconds, Moses.
You caught me back there because you've never finished on time before.
I want actually, I want to do one thing with the audience. You don't mind?
Hmm?
I got a cartoon idea while I was sitting there. Watch this. This is how it works. Everybody take out their phones.
Do I need mine?
No, no, you're good. You're not in this. Unusually, right? Hold them up, like the light out. This is gorgeous. I'll show this next year. The cartoon will be The Eyes Have It.
No, I'm going to show it this year. Get it up. Get it back up. Those eyes up.
Like iPhones. You get it? You get it? Okay. All right, thanks, man.
Thanks so much.
All right.
You want a picture?
Yeah.
Oh.
No. Still
Again.
another picture.
Again.
We
What's
have
this?
14 of these.
Number
This is
18 or something.
Yeah.
Come on, let's do a picture.
Here, like that.
Okay. I never
Well,
knew.
that's good.
I never knew, right?
Okay. Little bromance. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks. Good to see you, Mark.
So the paradox that we're going to discuss in this next session is that there appear to be in the world more and more and more things to satirize, that need to be satirized, that deserve to be satirized, while at the same time and paradoxically in our institutions of higher learning there appears to be less and less that can be said. So this is a session about political correctness, about the tension between compelled speech and free speech. And I'd like to introduce it by having you look at this video clip which features a discussion between Barbara Kay, well-known columnist for the National Post and any number of other publications, and a man slightly more notorious, Mark Stein, also a great writer and fascinating columnist.
So what started the furor this year was Lindsay Shepherd, a graduate student at Wilfrid Laurier University, whose attempt to bring two sides of a point of view to a class in communications that she was teaching ended up in her being interrogated in a kind of star chamber scene that she recorded. It went public, and everybody suddenly realized when they heard the words of her interrogators, her supervising professor, the equity officer at her school. They lambasted her.
She was showing a clip from a public affairs television show with both sides.
What is it you find offensive about this legislation?
Well, fundamentally, there were two things that really bothered me, although there have been other things I've thought about since. One was that I was being asked, as everyone is, to use a certain set of words that I think are the constructions of people who have a political ideology that I don't believe in and that I also regard as dangerous.
What are those words?
Those are the made-up words that people now describe as gender neutral, and so to me they're an attempt to control language and in a direction that isn't happening organically. It's not happening naturally. People aren't picking up these words in the typical way that new words are picked up, but by force and by fiat. And I would say by force because there's legislative power behind them.
So
and I don't like these made-up words, Z and Zer and that sort of thing.
People who will continue to attack them on racist grounds, on gender and sexual violence grounds, and that's why people start to fight back, and that's why people object.
And your attempts to regulate my language use and
I don't care about your language use. I care about the safety of the people who are being harmed.
I know people who make your kinds of arguments are always concerned with other people's safety.
I'm concerned with my own safety. Just so that people are aware, my physical, emotional life and livelihood is at risk from being here. But I just want people to be aware that trans and gender diverse communities, and especially people of color, are being targeted and threatened physically. So free speech is a great idea and equality is a great idea, but we actually can't have those conversations when people are not even able to be present.
Jordan, let me read this tweet to you and I'll get you to respond to it because I think it's instructive of the conversation that just took place between the two of you. Can someone please explain to Jordan B. Peterson that there's a difference between freedom of speech and freedom from consequence? Do you agree there's a difference?
Well, certainly there's a difference.
And are you prepared to suffer the consequences that society may deem you need to suffer because of your views?
Yes, I'm prepared to do that.
What does that entail?
Are you open to learning?
Well, hang on.
That's not the question.
Hang on, that wasn't the question.
It's
That's
true.
right.
Well, so what am I willing to do? Well, I think that the Ontario Human Rights Tribunal is probably obligated by their own tangled web to bring me in front of it. If they find me, I won't pay it. If they put me in jail, I'll go on a hunger strike. I'm not doing this. And that's that. I'm not using the words that other people require me to use, especially if they're made up by radical left-wing ideologues. Now, if our society comes to some sort of consensus over the next while about how we'll solve the pronoun problem, let's call it, and that becomes part of popular parlance, and it seems to solve the problem properly without sacrificing the distinction between singular and plural, and without requiring me to memorize an impossible list of an indefinite number of pronouns, then I would be willing to reconsider my position. But I'm also partly opposed to this because it's been made mandatory and has the whole weight of the law behind it. It's like, this is a very bad idea, and I believe that the reason this has caused so much noise, tremendous amount of noise, tremendous amount of attention on YouTube, is because there are things that are at stake in this discussion, despite its surface nature, that strike at the very heart of our civilization. That's what I believe.
When you listen to those professors, they're willing to destroy her life over that. And if you listen to the sort of gobbledygook they talk, all that, oh, it's problematic to show a clip of Jordan Peterson, then that's exactly the way, if you look at any of the great novels of Eastern Europe, Milan Kundera, The Joke, when the commissars haul him up for telling a joke that does not meet with party approval. That's what these guys are doing. Yes. And they're too historically ignorant to know that they're the totalitarians.
You can't say that is one thing,
right,
and you must say that is another. And I don't know what's worse, but I think it's sometimes worse to compel speech. We have Bill C-16, which compels you to use made-up pronouns, you know.
Right.
And we have law societies now that are compelling their members to submit affidavits in order to renew their membership.
What's interesting to me, again, this is totalitarian because they don't care. It's like when they sent you to re-education camp in the Soviet Union. They don't actually care whether you really believe. Mm-hmm. For example, with the transgender thing, that a woman can have a penis now, mm-hmm, which is the sort of thing that nobody thought about 10 years ago, but now has killed, for example, productions of the vagina monologues, which used to be the big thing at American campuses. Every February 14th, every Valentine's Day, they'd have these feminist celebrations of Eve Ensler's play, The Vagina Monologues. And now Eve Ensler's a hate figure because she's implying that being a woman is something to do with having a vagina.
And they're ruining girls' sports because now you have biological males winning easily, aging males who would be 150th in a men's race are now winning girls' races.
What I am totally opposed to is the state saying, mm-hmm, there's an official attitude to this and you can't deviate from that attitude. I think it's entirely reasonable for somebody to say, well, you know, live and let live. I'm not really bothered by it. But it's also entirely reasonable to say, this is weird and unprecedented, and I'd like to keep my distance from it. Whatever you feel about individuals you've known, all the rest of it, the idea that the state should be regulating your attitude to something like that is appalling.
Yes, and there's another kind of compelled speech, in a way, in the environmental scene, and you've suffered here too, because we are compelled to be alarmed. I think, you know, the attitude you have to take in the environmental scene is you must be alarmed, and if you express the view that Armageddon is not quite around the corner in terms of, you know, ecologically speaking, then this is a kind of hate speech or
Right.
something like it.
Right. I mean, I take the view that it's only very weak ideas that cannot withstand criticism.
Social justice has now replaced justice,
Yeah.
but social justice is not justice.
No.
And social justice is now a panoply of attitudes.
Right.
If you know one, you know them all.
Right.
Oh, so then if you think that the white race is the cancer of humanity, then I guess you think that Israel is evil, and I guess you think that Black Lives Matter, and you think that we should be compelled to use trans pronouns, and you think that Christian law schools should not be allowed to turn out lawyers because they would be tainted by having, you know, studied, been in a Christian atmosphere, and so it goes. And we know from polls that students no longer think that freedom of speech is the most important value. That really has gone down. Many, I think it's something only like 47% of students, I think I read, that actually think freedom of speech is the most important thing in a democracy.
Nobody under a certain age even bothers paying lip service to it anymore, and more people are quite explicit that identity group politics and theories of identity groups override freedom of speech. So you can have freedom of speech, but it shouldn't extend to transgender issues or gay. So of course I'm in favor of freedom of speech, but I don't think this guy should be able to say he doesn't believe in same-sex marriage. Okay, so you're in favor of freedom of speech except for gay stuff. Oh well, no. Also, I don't think you should be able to say that Islam's got something to do with terrorism. So okay, so it's just gays and Islam. Oh well, no. Wait a minute. I think transgendered pronoun. Okay, so now it's the and by the time you actually, I mean, it's killed so many areas of life. It's fascinating. I mean, it's fascinating to me to watch the terrible state of comedy, for example, and that's basically because you can't actually make 90% of life. You can't make jokes about now. I mean, I find it hilarious. I think it is objectively hilarious. I was just for the because I know George Jonas used to love these kind of stories, and so there's this one out of Windsor, Ontario, where a transgendered person goes into a waxing salon and asks for full Brazilian wax, and the only waxologist is a devout Muslim lady, and you know, so if she actually, and this transgendered person hasn't, you know, what we used to say hasn't gone all the way now. You can't say that now because we're supposed to. So if the Muslim waxologist were to comply with the request, you know, her husband would have to kill her. So the whole thing, it's comedy gold, but no one, and eventually they'll be the only stories that are in the news, but we won't be able to talk about them. Lindsay Shepherd's, you know, 22 or 23. And I don't think anyone realizes what it's like. I mean, it's like when you get to my age and the vicissitudes of life have clobbered you into the ground, you have a certain sort of resilience. I think when you're Lindsay Shepherd's age, to decide you're going to stand up to it, that's a 1 in a million thing that she does.
So that's where things stand at this time, and I thought we'd invite Lindsay Shepherd here to continue with her story. Lovely to meet you.
All right. Hi, everybody. So today I want to talk about the top 4 things that I have learned as a campus free speech advocate. I think my experience with this is interesting because prior to the events of November 2017, free speech was not something I really cared about, and it was not something I really thought about whatsoever. So before I started my master's degree at Wilfrid Laurier University, where I got in trouble for showing a clip of Jordan Peterson in one of my tutorials and being neutral in regards to his stance on gender-neutral pronouns, I was someone who believed that those who advocate for free speech or start free speech clubs are people who have really vile opinions and just want to be able to spew them. I didn't think about free speech beyond that. That's how I know that people whose opinions are quite orthodox and mainstream are generally not going to be the ones that vocally defend free speech. So that brings me to the first thing I learned, that there is a conscious effort to get people in line by associating free speech with white supremacy, transphobia, racism, and other forms of bigotry. The politically correct totalitarians genuinely view free speech as a gateway to those things. And so they try to push this idea that you would have no reason to defend free speech unless you are secretly a racist or a transphobe or an Islamophobe. So in other words, if you're a good person, you don't need free speech. Anyone who does stand up for it must have an ulterior motive. Just the other day, I saw a professor tweet that about how free speech is just a cover for upholding white male dominance. This goes back to the idea that most people don't think we have a free speech problem at all. I was one of those people 1 year ago. Back in March 2017, my mom showed me a news article about Jordan Peterson and how he was speaking at McMaster University, and his speech was drowned out by air horns and chanting of protesters. And I didn't think it was that big of a deal because at the time, it didn't resonate with me that these people are stifling and suppressing speech, and moreover, they think they are heroes for doing that. The second thing I learned is that our universities, specifically the humanities and social science departments, are ideologically homogenous. If you have a genuine and honest commitment to free speech, it generally means you have a commitment to truth-seeking. And in order to seek truth, a free and open exchange of ideas is required. So if you start to say that some topics are off limits, some topics are not up for debate, you are limiting the truth-seeking process. So I was told, for instance, that the issue of gender-neutral pronouns is not up for debate, because by discussing the grammar of gender-neutral pronouns, so using they, them in the singular, using sie and zer, you're actually questioning the existence and the lives of trans people, and that is hate. Therefore, some things can simply not be discussed because they are too controversial. Of course, this is fundamentally counter to the mission of the university, which is to explore and evaluate different ideas. When the message gets across that there is a right way and a wrong way to think, you're going to get university students who feel that they must ideologically conform, and conformity obviously stifles people and their abilities. The third thing I learned is that safe space culture on university campuses is economically motivated. So when I first looked into this phenomenon of safe spaces and noticed how so many people are saying that university campuses and classrooms must be safe spaces, I just kind of thought these people are losers. Because by safe space, they don't mean a place where you're physically safe. They mean a place where everyone is oversensitive, no one challenges each other's ideas, and no one brings up anything that other people might not want to hear. So, and I think this idea does have value in some circumstances. So take like an LGBTQ center. People who go to that center don't want to be confronted by someone who's going to come in and say, I don't think you should have the right to get married. Same with an abortion clinic. A woman who's about to get an abortion probably doesn't want to have a robust pro-life versus pro-choice debate while she's waiting in that clinic, right? But the university classroom can simply never be a safe space, because there needs to be an allowance for open inquiry and free expression. In classrooms, we need to be able to debate and discuss things that some people might be offended by. However, the safe space phenomenon is actually a little bit more complicated than that. Canadian universities actually advertise that they are safe and comfortable learning environments, and I'm sure I don't need to repeat the platitude that universities are businesses. Therefore, if students are demanding safe spaces, the universities will recalibrate campus culture in order to accommodate that. In addition, the idea that we should always be affirmed and our self-confidence should never be tested is starting in the elementary schools. So the idea that we must always be comfortable, never be confronted with anything we don't want to hear, this will be the atmosphere that children grow up with, and they will come to expect it not only from the universities, but from their workplaces and from society at large as well. The fourth thing I learned is that free speech is becoming a partisan issue, which I find very unfortunate. When my case went public in November, the leader of the Conservative Party, Andrew Scheer, he brought it up in Parliament and asked the Liberals to denounce what had happened. But they didn't. Instead, one of the ministers said something vague about how free speech is good, but hate has no place in Canadian society. So I'm afraid that the Liberals, the NDP, and the Greens, they're buying into this idea that the only people who care about free speech are bad and scary people, because they will barely touch the issue. And in the recent Ontario election, we saw the Ontario Progressive Conservatives claim that they will promise to protect free speech on campus. However, I emphasize that it's really not in anyone's interest for only one side of the political spectrum to champion free speech, because it really is everyone's issue. After all, it is one of the fundamental freedoms in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Thank you.
Well done, Lindsay. Want to take a picture? So these are obviously generational things, because when I arrived at university, McGill University, the chancellor at a major assembly gave a speech and said, look to your right, look to your left. One of you isn't going to be here next year, and another one isn't going to be here the year after that, making clear the point that competition is important, that you have to work hard, you have to fight for your place. It's not a comfortable place, it's a place you have to earn. And then at class after class after class, we were informed that being at university meant that everything you believed in was likely to be challenged. And here we are, a couple generations later, everything is on its head. So now that you've begun your crusade, tell me, are you mobilizing any measure of support, or are you a lonely voice?
I think I'm mobilizing support. I mean, I've started a group called the Laurier Society for Open Inquiry. We're hoping to bring the culture of open inquiry back on campus. Because, I read a book recently. It's called Speaking Freely by Keith Whittington, and he says it's not a crisis yet, but we really need to focus right now on bringing back these liberal values, right?
But when you read about this idea of safe places and of trigger warnings and microaggressions, you think, where is Aislinn? It just needs a little satire, doesn't it? Yeah. All right. It's lovely to see you, and thank you for coming.
Thank you.
See, I know you're very much in demand.
Thank you. That was great.
Thank you.
Thanks. So there was another Lindsay-like case out in the Maritimes, and the protagonist this time is Rick Mehta. Hi, Rick. I read about you, haven't met you. So glad you could come. Maybe you can pick up this story and give us the Maritime chapter.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll be approaching this from a slightly different angle, becoming from what it's like from the professor's point of view and trying to put the role of the university in society. So the general way I've had this structured is that I want to explain how a lack of viewpoint diversity in our universities is actually undermining free speech. And at the end, I'll propose some solutions that can be discussed. So I guess the question that's on your mind is, what does he mean when he says that there's a lack of viewpoint diversity? So if we look in the United States and we examine the ratio of professors who are either left-leaning or far left, and compare that to the ratio of the number of professors who are on the right end of the political spectrum. Depending on the studies, the estimates can range from anywhere typically in the 6-to-1 ratio to 60-to-1. So so there is this bias in terms of leaning towards the left end of the political spectrum. And so now that's for the US, and I believe those same data are applicable in the Canadian context. So in terms of what I think makes Canada unique, though, from the US, though, is that our universities are publicly funded for the most part. They're also, with most of the faculty who are tenured or on the tenure track, tend to be unionized, which is very different from the US. And in Canada, compared to other countries, if someone is in a union, dues are mandatory regardless of whether they actually want to be in the union or not. And so there's many reasons why we should be concerned about the lack of viewpoint diversity at our institutions. The one that I'll focus on is that when you have a group of people who think in a very similar way, that creates ideal conditions for extreme views now to take hold and then take over. And so in terms of what's happening now behind the scenes is that our universities now are committing themselves to the goal of social justice. And this runs counter to their traditional role of being places where ideas can be freely exchanged. And so in terms of why I'm very deeply concerned about this, is that this is a major change in the function of our universities, and this is happening without the knowledge of the general public or any consent or any kind of discussion. And I think what makes me also concerned, as this is happening at a time, as we've seen in various sessions here, where we're in this age of accelerating change, as well as a polarization of society. And this is precisely the time when we need our graduates to be informed and engaged citizens who can actually think critically. So we can ask ourselves then, what does social justice entail? So I can summarize it as 4 principles. So the first major one is that emotions take precedence over objectivity and being rational. So it's basically to the point where being objective and rational is just discounted altogether. And so the reason that's given for that is that being objective and rational is a form of oppression. So some of the views that are espoused are ones like math is racist, or farmers markets are a sign of white supremacy. Okay. Then the other 3 principles that are coming out of our universities are based on principles that in mainstream society, I think the way we would use them is very different from the way they're now being used in the university system. So the first one is that of equity. So now what's happening is that equity is being defined as equality of outcomes as opposed to equality of opportunity. So to give you an example then, if we're going to have a discussion about the wage gap, so we know there is a statistical disparity between the earnings of men and the earnings of women. So the only explanation that's considered now in the university context is systemic discrimination. So then other explanations like number of hours worked that differ, or career choices, so those are all variables that play a role, but those just cannot be discussed anymore. And if you try to bring up an issue such as biological sex differences, that's treated as a form of blasphemy. So then next then is the principle of diversity. So diversity is definitely, I think that's definitely one of the great things about Canada and how it's changed in the time that, when I was born in the 70s with the October crisis compared to now. But it's the way that that principle is adopted in the university context, which is about focusing on our differences and really accentuating them, as opposed to the way I think we would use them, which is try to find our common humanity first, and then use that as context, and we can now settle our differences. Then the third is the idea of inclusion. So the way it's now being used is that everyone must feel included. And so the idea is that if even one person is offended, then discussion on issues is no longer acceptable. So you can imagine then there's going to be various implications then when we're changing the function, the way that ideas are actually now discussed in the university system. So in terms of what it's like from a student perspective then, is that students who might be disagreeing with the far left kind of orthodoxy would be afraid to express their views because they'd be fearing retaliation in the classroom, possibly online, and that can come from their peers. Other sources then might be their professors or from administrators. From a professor's point of view, there's different reasons then you might think, well, why aren't other professors speaking up? Why are there only a few, even though they're tenured? So I think that there's various reasons then why professors would be afraid for speaking up, and it can be any combination of the list that I'll go through. So one is that you might have complaints from students who'd be upset that professors are expressing views or presenting facts that aren't politically correct. Second is that the professors then might be themselves ostracized in their workplace or online, let's say through social media. A third place is that they could be charged then with harassment or discrimination because the way the university policies are designed, they focus exclusively on outcomes, and intent is not even is considered a non-issue. Right? So in terms of that, is that when professors then, under those kind of circumstances, can be disciplined, reprimanded, there's even the issue of possible dismissal. So you might wonder then if that's happening, why might they not speak out? So one possible reason for that is that when these cases happen, they eventually then go to arbitration, and the rules of arbitration are different from the regular court system. And so it can be a long, drawn-out process that can take years, and as well it's quite expensive because it involves the union having to pay legal fees. And so what the union then oftentimes now tells the professors, the faculty members who are expressing their views, is actually not to post on social media, don't talk about this, keep this confidential. The reason is that if you do that, then that could work against you in the case of an arbitration. So that's the rationale that is provided then in terms of telling professors not to speak out. And so we might not know for years what's going to happen until you know the outcome of the arbitration hearing. And so I think one could argue that there's different ways that a union could advocate for their members. So that's one possible route. But another possible route could be maybe saying, okay, we'll have a media committee that'll get set up. If we see that the situation is really just preposterous or seems to be clearly frivolous, we can maybe make the case for you, make some bad publicity, and then hopefully that would get, let's say, the campus community to mobilize, or the general public to mobilize, and that could be even maybe prevent a dismissal and save costs. But to my knowledge, that's not an approach that has been adopted. So I guess given that context, I think that would explain why professors and students might be afraid to speak. But despite all this, I think there is reason for hope and to be optimistic. So we are going to be having a federal election in 2019. And so I will put some ideas out here, just the general ideas that I'm hoping that people will discuss these ideas, the relative merits, and come to some kind of a census that we can have as a society. So the general approach that I'm thinking is that with the election coming around the corner, is that we do make this into an issue that is discussed at the election, so that our actual university system becomes one that is one of intense public debate. So there are various solutions, and I don't want to be heavy-handed. So the ones that I've tried to come up with are ones that would give flexibility and wouldn't be the state imposing its will. But the general idea is that all forms of funding to our universities be temporarily withheld until the following two conditions are met. So one is that our universities make a firm commitment to free expression. And then the second is that our universities come up with both a short-term and a long-term plan to address the issue of viewpoint diversity. So the general idea is that they come up with ways so that universities go back to being places where any idea can be discussed and no idea can go unchallenged. Thank you.
You're fighting the good fight from within the university management establishment, right? You're part of all of that. Where are the boards of governors? Where are the politicians? There's a fair amount of reporting on all of this in the paper. newspapers and the media, and yet there seems to be silence from the levels. I mean, the funders, the people who give money to these institutions, where are they?
I have not heard a word from any of them. So within, the only comments I've heard is from one of the candidates for the Progressive Conservative Party, John Lohr. So he's the only one who's said anything about this issue at all.
Mm-hmm. And are you, in your own work and in your own circle, attempting to mobilize other professors with more of your point of view?
I can't really say too much about my own situation at this talk.
Can you say why you can't say anything about your situation?
Well, I would not want to, I guess, say anything that could hurt myself at an arbitration case.
Does that mean there's one underway, or you're worried about one being precipitated?
Yeah, I guess at this stage it would be working against my interests if it were to happen.
Really? Okay, well, here's an example of someone hesitating in their free speech.
Yeah, the way I kind of approached it, though, too, is I could have used this as a platform to just talk about myself, but I thought I'd rather use this opportunity, though, to speak for those who have been silenced or are in the process, and rather be a voice for those who don't have one, rather than just being all about myself.
Sure, but is someone trying to silence you?
Well, I guess I can say I do have I have definitely made a lot of enemies on campus. But sometimes it is worth it if there are principles that are worth defending. I guess I'd probably end by, that quote by Bruce Cockburn saying, nothing worth having comes without some kind of a fight. Got to keep kicking at the darkness till it bleeds daylight. And so that's the inspiration I'm trying to use in this struggle.
All right. Well, good luck.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks for coming out.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Where's Gene? Gene's creaking his way on stage here.
Or should I say to the left or to the right?
It's all right. That puts me on the left.
That's perfect, guys. Keep your eyes open. This is it. Thank you. Come on.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay. So we get to the fun stuff in a few minutes, but first we're going to put you through a little bit of exercise. Deborah Devine, star of the program Healing Yoga, which can be seen on the channel called One, is going to lead you through a yoga break.
Hello, everybody. IdeaCity is a whirl of energy, isn't it? There are so many speakers with diverse opinions, and there's a lot of emotional energy that is really manifesting in our bodies, in our brains, in our faces. You know, there's a lot of data that we're taking in over a very short period of time, and we don't really have a lot of opportunity to unpack it and process it. So I want to take this opportunity to do a fun and simple face yoga practice. And we are so lucky to have an amazing yoga master who is going to help us out. Now, breathing is one of the most important parts of face yoga, and we have here today one of the most incredible living master breathers, Yogi Bear Shavasana. Please join us.
Are you ready to breathe? Yes, yes. I am Yogi Bear Shavasana, master breather. And I will show you today the true mastery. Do not try to be cardiovascularly correct. Today we will breathe freely in every possible way. Yes, ancient Tibetan wisdom says that life only accords us a certain number of breaths. You cannot decide. However, you can decide how you breathe those breaths. And to do that, you need a breath master to show you how to breathe like a god. Canada is a great place to breathe. So, let me show you our very first, very simple breathing exercise. It is simply very obvious. All you do is open your mouth, like this. Then please open your mouth and breathe in. And now exhale with the sound, ah. Beautiful. Now this time I understand that marijuana has recently been legalized. So in this case, we will do a special breathing exercise where we breathe in like this, the breath of relaxation. Now breathe out. Ah. Are you feeling higher? Over to you, Deborah.
So on Healing Yoga, there's an episode about face yoga, and the eyes are really important. We're gonna do a little bit of eye exercises, but we're gonna be covering our eyes. So let's take our palms together. We're gonna rub them, feel some heat building up. And then we're gonna take the area around the palm, around the eyes. Don't press into the eyes. The heel of the palm resting on the cheekbones, the roots of the fingers resting on the eyebrows. Thumbs are kind of covering up the outside part of the eye, and the outside part of the palm pressing in toward the nose. And we'll just take a couple of long, slow, smooth, and complete in and out breaths here. We'll inhale and let the eyes travel behind the closed eyelids over to the left. And then we'll exhale over to the right. And then we'll come back to center. We'll inhale, let the eyes, again, behind the closed eyelids here, going up, say 12 o'clock, up to the top. And then we'll exhale and bring them down to 6. And then we'll inhale from 6 o'clock, we'll go over to the left, we'll go to 9 o'clock, inhale to 12 o'clock, and then we'll exhale down to 3, and then down to 6. And then we'll breathe in over to 3 o'clock, more up to noon, and then we'll exhale to 9, and then come back to 6. And then release the hands, squeeze the eyes, and then open them up. How is that?
Sometimes the universe can send us negative energy. But today I'll show you an exercise to clear negative energy with something I call the breath of yes. All you do is take a deep breath in, lift up your right hand, fingers up. Very good. Then your left hand. Inhale. Now, as you exhale, say the magic word, yes. Feel the yes energy one more time, breathing in. Do I hear a yes? Yes, yes, beautiful. Over to you, Deborah.
Okay, so now we're going to work a little bit around the temples and the eyebrows. So let's just take our fingers, maybe the index and the middle finger, right around the temples, very gently. And we'll just circle here. You can close your eyes if you like. Just circle very gently. And then we'll come into the hairline above the ears, and then we'll move our jaws around. Maybe roll the jaws around and around, or maybe move them side to side. Try both and see what works best. You can feel there's a lot of tension that's coming out here, yes? Wonderful. Let's bring our fingers over to the eyebrows. We're just gonna massage around the eyebrows a little bit here. And then we'll come out down the sides of the eyes, and then we'll take our knuckles and we'll just squeeze into our cheeks. Just squeeze underneath the cheeks. I want to get the mic here. Squeezing and just massaging out a little bit of tension here from the jaws. You know, if you're clenching your jaws, if you're laughing and smiling a lot, there's a lot of tension here. So just breathing light and spaciousness into the areas that are tense, that are uncomfortable. Wonderful. How's that?
Thank you, Deborah. Life can sometimes be boring. However, we find that we can change our world by simply outwardly expressing a powerful emotion. I would like to demonstrate the cosmic wow. By simply saying the words wow, we may find at that moment that wow comes into our life cosmically. So I would just suggest to you that you can breathe in, and now with your hands up, wow. Even more this time, a bigger breath. Now feel it. Wow! And one more time, now believe it. Wow! Wow! Wow, that was something. Deborah.
That's a hard act to follow.
Wow.
All right, so I'd like to invite all of you to come to standing. You know, there's so much sitting that goes around. Come on, let's come to standing here. We're gonna do Tadasana face, the mountain pose face. So we'll take our feet a little bit wider, maybe hip width apart. And then just notice whether you're standing more on your toes, on the front parts of your feet. I love the yawning. Yawning gets bonus points, okay? We've got two entries into the draw tonight, all right? So let's come back on the heels and feel ourselves grounding through the heels. Feel the whole back line of the body start to really activate. Go to the legs, energize the legs, hug muscle to bone. Go to the pelvis, squeeze the glutes, squeeze the sides of the hips, and let the out-breath be complete and feel the low belly just come in a little bit. Feel the spine get long. The ribs are coming away from the hips here. A couple of long, slow, smooth, and complete in and out breaths is gonna bring us to the top of the mountain. The neck is getting nice and long. The crown of the head is coming up. Bring the head back toward the back plane. You know, this is where I am all day long. Let's bring the head toward the back plane. Wonderful. Then we're gonna take the left hand onto the left hip, right hand onto the left shoulder, okay? I'm gonna mirror you. And then we're gonna take our gaze over to one side. Breathing in, breathing out. And then we come back to center. Take the gaze over to the other side. And then we'll circle the jaws here, okay? Circle the jaws a couple times in one direction. And then in the opposite direction. This is really important for free speech. Right? Let's come back to center. Let go of the arms, and then we'll do a few shoulder shrugs. Get your shoulders up, inhaling, and then exhale. Inhaling. Now, right hand on right hip, left arm over to the right shoulder. Turn your gaze over to one side. Take a breath. And then the opposite side. Turn your head, circle the jaws here. A few times in one direction, loosening up all of the tension in the jaws, in the neck, in the back of the shoulders, and then we'll come back to center. Nice, relax the shoulders, just circle it out a bit. This is yawning is really great, right?
Thank you, Deborah. Sometimes life can seem too serious. That is when we invoke the breath of yay. The breath of yay helps us celebrate that we've come this far in the exercise. Very simple to do. Simply breathe in, and now raise your arms in a powerful yay! Yay! Very good. Very good. Over to you, Deborah.
Let's do that a few more times. Let's do it a few more times.
Encore.
We need
One
practice.
more time. Breath of yay. Are you ready to yay?
Yes.
3, 2, 1. Yay! You're all master breathers.
Fabulous. All right. Are you happy standing here? Yeah. All right. Let's just take our feet a little bit wider apart. And then we'll just rock around to this little mini helicopter. Getting a little bit of a spinal twist. And then we'll turn our head and look behind us. Wonderful. Let's come back to center. And then we're just going to massage the top of the head. Just massage the top of the head. We have so much tension. You know, people think that your face is here, but we've got all these muscles around the skull, around the scalp. Come on down, around the ears, around the back of the head. Nice. And then we'll take our hands, interlock the fingers, and then press back. Broaden through the elbows. Maybe you'll touch your elbows to your neighbor. Come back on your heels, energize your legs. Wonderful. And then we release.
For our final exercise, when we truly relax, there is only one thing to do, and that's laugh. So I'll ask you very simple, this is a very simple exercise to do. When we inhale, we simply exhale with the sound. Yes, yes. At this point, I have a confession to make. I'm not really a master breather. I'm Albert Nuremberg, mere filmmaker. But I have an important announcement to make, which is that IdeaCity, are appearing in an upcoming documentary on the CBC documentary channel called You Are What You Act. This is the poster, and you may remember this scene from last year. This is not a comment on Donald Trump, but maybe it could be. But however, I'm happy to be able to show you the trailer for the film, and we're really happy the film has just come out. It played one festival, and it won the jury prize. Wow. Yes, you did that. You did that.
Yes. So when it's over, it's always so abrupt. We love doing it. Takes a year. About $1.5 million. And we hope to see you next year.